Good morning. I'll be with you in just a sec. I'll be right back. Good morning. I just listened to Toll Brothers CEO. Man, he has a lot of good things about builders. All right, got to keep my emotions contained. NVIDIA, big winner, obviously. Service now is up 16 bucks. Wow. That's all I can say is wow, wow, wow. Yikes. That's like crazy, crazy. Service now. Excuse me. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is a fine Thursday, the 25th, sunny in Myrtle Beach. A light breeze out of the northeast, about 2 or 3 miles per hour. Golfers are outside enjoying their day, completely oblivious of the euphoria that Chip Longs are feeling this morning. They're enjoying their day. I'm enjoying mine. I'll be here with you to talk the play by play. Now the issue becomes, I told you I only wanted to have about six positions. I have eight short-term positions. Long-term positions are a different story, different strategy, but I have service now. Those calls were dead. I have NVIDIA. Those calls were dead, no longer. Micron, I did buy some for Friday's expiration. Those look really strong. Lots of stocks higher this morning. What's Amazon doing? Amazon is up 24 cents. Microsoft. Um, Snowflake down there at the 150. I initially put a stop in at 150, but I lowered it to 148 only because that's the 150 is right at the 200-day moving average, so we could overshoot that a little bit. I like the entry from last night, but it hasn't moved. That's okay. I'm just watching. I'm focused on what's happening right now. What's happening? I have a triple Q straddle. The puts will be toast, but the calls are $7 in the money. Biggest issue I have right now is what do I take off first? I got to watch 8 positions that are all up with short dated calls on expire tomorrow. So I'll take NVIDIA off first. I'll be looking for limit orders to see how far they push this. Got 28 million shares short on NVIDIA. Susie posted in the room. I confirmed 28 million shares short. They have likely already covered. All right, it's only about 0.6 days to cover, so they probably covered last night and this morning. NVIDIA, you're first up. NVIDIA. Qs. Micron. I also have Micron calls that expire tomorrow. So a lot of people will be taking profits off. All right, so I'll just go through these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. NVIDIA starting off. ServiceNow probably following that. Micron, AMD, also have 526 calls on AMD. Those were underwater. So NVIDIA is just clocking all the bears, So the bull's having a good day. I would like to get to cash and reassess the markets and see what continues higher over the next 7 to 8 trading days. All right, so NVIDIA is up. A lot of people have their opinions. From what I heard, they had 21 upgrades prior to. Yeah, this is like the upgrades are ridiculous. Oppenheimer to 420. Needham to 460. TD Cowen 500. Wells Fargo 450. Truist 470 from 322. Susquehanna 450. Sorry. Wedbush, Mizuho, Jeffries, Fulton, Rosenblatt, Goldman Sachs, Barclays, Piper Sandler. All of these are 460 and higher. 600 from Rosenblatt, 600 from HSBC. Mizuho, 400. That seems reasonable. Jeffries, 472. BNP Barnabas, 340. Okay, that seems a little low. Bernstein, BMO Capital, Citigroup, Raymond James. I mean, the list goes on and on. It's just ridiculous. All of the upgrades is just ridiculous. Ridiculous. All right. Okay. I mean, the list goes on and on. I mean, this is only a partial part of the list I'm going to post in the trading room. Okay, we got 3 minutes to go for the opening bell. First 15 minutes, I'm not doing much of anything except taking profits off the table as a matter of course. Then I reassess the markets after 9:45, 9:50. We do the same thing every day. Nothing's changed just because NVIDIA is up nearly $100. And almost 30%. It's up $82. It got close to 98, I think. Was that right below 400? Let me see what implied vol looks like on NVIDIA. Oh, let me get Thinkorswim started. Shoot, almost missed that. Morning, everyone. So, contain your emotions. I know a lot of people are probably pretty excited about NVIDIA. If you're longs, I had NVIDIA calls that were toast. They were out of the money. I didn't think there was any way NVIDIA was going to beat the way it did. Think me in the operative word. Think doesn't work as a strategy, as we clearly can see. And as William O'Neill so wisely quoted, what seems high in price tends to go higher, and what seems to be low in price continues to go lower. A lot of people look for, I mean, I'm talking penny stocks, stuff like that. There is some validity to buying some stocks that are turning, like 3M off the lows. Caterpillar had turned. I mean, a lot of stocks pulled back and turned. IBM broke out of a pattern. All right, IBM. What do I want to do with IBM? All right, so I got to get this. Got to get my stocks set up so that I can just boom, 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 take these off. Okay, we got less than a minute to go. Okay, NVIDIA, Tesla, okay, NVIDIA. Schwab is acting a little slow right now. Wow. Okay, the calls are up $5,000 per call, depending on what you have. All right, so what's next? Micron, AMD, okay, NVIDIA. All right, so we're looking for a dip on NVIDIA to buy again. Okay, we'll be buying NVIDIA. Micron, AMD. All right, AMD's looking pretty strong. Still, I'm going to take AMD off because I have calls that expire tomorrow. Okay, that looks good. ServiceNow, I'm going to take that off too. ServiceNow, big move on ServiceNow. Okay. Great job, folks. Don't want to look at my P&L because I know what it's going to say, and I'm not going to be swayed to doing anything stupid. My plan is to take profits first 15 minutes. All right, I just took 8 positions off. AMD, Micron, NVIDIA, ServiceNow, took some Tesla off, took the Qs. I had the straddle, at the money straddle, at the close. Apple, Apple's running a bit more. I'll let Apple go because it's trending. And some spy calls, took those off. Okay, so everything is wonderful. What a great morning. What a great freaking morning. All right, there goes Charles Schwab. Charles Schwab on the move. All right, so those NVIDIA calls, 7,500 bucks. Oh my gosh, that's just insane, insane. All right, so the Q's coming back. Maybe I'll get something out of the Q's. The puts, the calls. I'm out the calls. What a beautiful morning. All right, so I don't need to do anything else the rest of the day. Actually, for the rest of the month. All right, so wow, 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 wow. All right, took all the chip positions off. I'm looking for dips to buy. Okay, and we'll reassess the markets. I'm afraid to look at the P&L. Don't look at your P&L, Penny. Don't do it. Don't do it. Yikes. That's just one company can do so much. Oh man. That's just crazy. All right, so NVIDIA is most likely going to hang out up here. Why? Because institutions are buyers. I mean, if you look at the earnings 2 years ago, I think it was, what was it? NVIDIA $3 and change. We're talking $6, $7. What is it? NVIDIA. Oh, Palo Alto. I want to take that off too, probably. No. Palo Alto pulled back. I should have. All right, we're looking for a bounce. Palo Alto's flat. It was up, so I missed that one. That was the eighth position. I took 7 positions off. Micron's bouncing. AMD looks good. Wow. Yeah, I think Nancy still has her position. If you have what's it, Tradie Ticks, you can go and check out what politicians how they're positioned. Oh man, today is just crazy. Okay, what a nice day in the neighborhood. Okay, NVIDIA, I do want to buy the dip, but I really should wait. The strategy is after a big event like this, you want to wait 6 to 7 trading days. Look for that eighth day. Use that strategy that Lee Star has perfected over what 4 years. You've been doing that, Lee Star, with the stats to back it up. Okay, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait till about 10 o'clock to do anything else at this point because it's today is just one of those. You know the quote that I forget the quote exactly. If you know what the quote is, um, post it in the trading room. But it goes something like, there's half a dozen days during the year that if you miss out, those are some of the biggest winners of the year, or something along those lines. You know, that's why a lot of these fund managers, a lot of these hedge funds and portfolio managers are always long stocks, something along those lines. There's only 2 or 3 days like this a year. We caught one really by accident because I had calls that were out of the money into earnings. I thought for sure that we were going to drop off. I decided to play it instead of buying puts on NVIDIA. I decided, which I'm glad I did. I'm glad I did it this way. I took the cues for a straddle, the at the money 331s, and that proved to be the way to do it because we are fading a bit. VIX is popping up. That proved to be the way to do it. A strategy, not a bet, that we would have a big move. That's why I did a straddle. Usually I'll do a strangle. All right, AMD, Micron, I'm looking for a dip to buy. These are all pulling back. All right, there goes Palo Alto. Palo Alto is bouncing after some profit taking. So I'm thinking Palo Alto just continues on. If you can't identify a strategy when you take a position, if you're putting money to work and you're following somebody on StockTwits or Twitter, StockTwits probably not the best place, but Twitter, there's a lot of good people out there. There's some good ones on it, StockTwits, but you have to know who they are. If you can't identify a strategy when you take a position, you're betting. And the odds on betting, depending on what it is, you know what that can lead to: divorce, frustration. I found out a long time ago by luck, really. I started reading Investor Business Daily. I realize I'm just rambling right here because the markets are fading right now. But I realized a long time ago, I stumbled upon Investors Business Daily. Now, I'm not pumping Investors Business Daily, but it's just one avenue that I found to be very productive. Investors Business Daily, in a nutshell, is about earnings and patterns, technical analysis, fundamental analysis. And the sooner you can focus your energy on probabilities, like right now, I want to like clear the board, bank the money, reassess the markets because I know that I was thinking to myself that I hope they don't come out with some bad news on the debt ceiling before the open. That's the bad thing about options that don't trade 24 hours is that this could have killed everything. So I'm smart enough, believe it or not, I'm smart enough to know that I want to take the profits and then reassess the markets. Okay. I have to curb my emotions. I've learned over 37 years of trading and investing. The best way to do it is to have a strategy, know what your probabilities are, be able to identify the phases that a stock is in. Okay. Looking at NVIDIA. Okay. NVIDIA is trending. I talked a lot about trending versus range bound lately. Home Depot, I took a bad position in Home Depot yesterday. It's still sitting there. Okay. And I had a buy signal on Home Depot, but I didn't stop for 5 minutes and think about it. All right. So I'm about to enter this position. Just do a double check. Double check your airplane. Go outside, make sure everything is double checked. Check your instruments, check everything. And had I done that yesterday, I wouldn't have taken this position. It's a loser, but I think Home Depot will bounce eventually. All right, so we had a buy signal yesterday, and then we faded. So get some higher lows. So I'm not going to focus on Home Depot. The point is that Home Depot is range bound. Okay, so I should have stopped and said, wait a minute, it's range bound. What are my probabilities? My probabilities are much better if it gets above 303.50. My probabilities inside of this range is that we hug the 50-day and just stay there, move, plus or minus 10 points. So that was a bad trade. I identified it. I'm okay with it. I moved on. And as luck would have it, as Frank would say, luck is a lady tonight. Luck was a lady last night. NVIDIA blew everything out of the water. It reminded me of Steve Jobs back in the day when Apple would sandbag. They would under promise and over deliver quarter after quarter after quarter. And people like Ziggy Z, if you're listening, Ziggy's been long Apple as long as he's been a member and probably prior to being a member, he's been long Apple. Um, I think that's probably one of his only positions that he's been in for like, I don't know, 10 years or more. If you're listening, Ziggy, how long have you been in Apple? 2011? Okay, cool. Thank you, Rick. All right, so if you pay attention to the markets and you pay attention to the people in the trading room, I like to say all the time, we have such a good group of people, like-minded people, no assholes in the room. Sorry, Mr. or Mrs. SEC, FCC, sorry. But we have no assholes in the room. We have a lot of good-hearted people. They'll help you if you're a new member. You don't know what you're doing. Maybe you don't understand charts, or maybe you can't set them up or whatever, or you've not really traded, or maybe you're only interested in swing trading or position trading. Okay. But I got to tell you, if you're under 30 and you're listening right now, you got the world by the tail. AI is going to create lots of winners. I'm sure there's going to be some losers too, but you should be doing your homework. Do your work, go to work, do your job, be the best at your job. But you should be thinking about AI every single day. Everyone wants to be a millionaire, a bazillionaire, whatever. Look at Cayman. Cayman's always running around going somewhere. And who was the other person that I wanted to mention this morning besides the obvious people? Well, you know who they are. You know who they are. The point is that we got a lot of good people in the trading room, a lot of experience. You know, we want to be consistent. Always identify a probability. If you can't identify the probability, you're already got one strike against you, maybe two. Right now, the probabilities are everybody's selling what they have. If they have chips overnight, they're taking profits off. All they're thinking about is taking profits. So I don't want to be caught in this kind of selling at the moment. So I know enough over the past 87 years that doing certain things at certain times, like right now, if you're an investor, if you have an investor time frame, you're thinking about your 401k. One of our new members, Scott, seems to be on the ball. Um, identifies good setups. He asked me yesterday about positioning. You got money. Where should I put it right now? Don't put it to work right now, whatever you do. That's just my opinion, but I'm not a FINRA registered advisor. I can tell you what I'm doing and have 37 years of experience that's telling me collect cash. You might miss, like Goldman Sachs yesterday came out with a letter said, the next 50 handles could be up on the debt ceiling resolution or whatever. But after that, they're seeing the next 100 points lower. All right, so keep your money safe. If you want to put it in something that's a dividend payer, better than cash or bonds. I heard bonds, T-bills were going 7%, something like that yesterday. If you don't want to be 100% cash, but I'm sitting here just yapping away, pondering where the markets are going to start seeing some flow. If the volume comes in, remember the last couple of days we've had flat VWAP. All right, so let's see what's in play right now. All right, it's almost, well, it's past 9:45. All right, so NVIDIA's up, okay? So watch VWAP. What's VWAP doing right now? VWAP is flat. It's not dropping off. It's not filling into the gap. Nothing like that. Micron had been moving. All right, Micron's fading. So taking profits first 15 minutes, you killed it. All right, so you got a nice gap up. AMD. All right, same, kind of the same thing. We got a flat VWAP. What's Intel doing? Intel earnings are awful. All right, so if you're thinking about buying some Intel, I think you're going to think being the operative word, I think you're going to be disappointed. Why put money to work? I don't know, on an opinion. Look at the earnings. The earnings are a miss for 2023. They're really, really bad. Let me see Intel. Okay, Intel earnings for this year, a 78% drop from 2022. And 2022 was about well, in 2021, Intel made $5.30. In 2022, it made $1.84. So it lost $3, more than $3 in earnings. 2023, 41 cents in earnings. That's abysmal. Intel's lost it as far as I'm concerned. Maybe once they get their fab open in Arizona, I think they maybe have two. Maybe then Intel. But for now, I got Intel calls and they're worthless. They've gone nowhere since earnings. Go with the companies that have the highest earnings that are still trading maybe below the 50-day right now. If you absolutely have to put money to work, I I'm not going to do it. I'm going to keep the majority of my cash ready for after the debt resolution, debt ceiling resolutions. June 1st is the approaching X date. Janet Yellen's supposed to tell us, and we're still fading here. So those puts I took on the straddle might even actually work. But what should you be looking at if you are an investor mindset? All right. So one thing I'm looking at is how the stock market, S&P 500, the biggest 500 companies in the US are performing relative to the commodity index, the CRB index. That's turned up. That's not my opinion. And this is a monthly time frame. So that started in January. Okay, that's significant. Okay, so with this many bears, follow my train of thought here because we're not going anywhere right now. With this many bears, we're at an extreme we haven't seen since 1990, 2009, or 2020 COVID. I mean, that's an extreme we've never seen since the AAII bull bear was created. But look at the momentum. All right, so it might not happen this week. Probably doesn't happen until after the debt ceiling, but the bulls have the advantage here because all it's going to take is a debt ceiling resolution that's palpable, and this is my opinion, and that 100-point drop that Goldman Sachs is looking for. All right, so what would that look like? So let's go to the videotape, S&P 500. Okay, so value is still not working. All right, so we've got, think about it. The stocks that are moving the market right now, they're all tech and growth. So let's say the debt ceiling is resolved. We pop up 50 points on the S&P. Goldman Sachs is looking for the following move, the following leg to be 100 points lower. So what would that look like? That would look like S&P equal weight. That would actually look at that. The S&P equal weight isn't performing that great. All right. So we've got some mixed signals here. We could see, a little pullback, probably get a bounce on a debt ceiling, something or another, and then a pullback. I don't see us getting back to the October low, but who the hell knows? That would create a double bottom. And if we bounce there, that would be awesome. Collect some cash. The only other thing I'm doing right now is shorter term trades. Like this week, I had literally, I hate using that word. I literally had 4 positions: AMD, Micron, NVDA, Snow, not Snow, not Palo Alto, ServiceNow, that I can think of off the top of my head. 4 positions that were going to expire tomorrow. Every single one of them was either flat or slightly lower. NVIDIA was out of the money. It was ridiculous. There was no way it was going to make it to 320. And look what happened. So I've been trading more short term. Okay, so if you're sitting here, you just retired. I know one of you just told me, I'm not going to mention names, but you just mentioned that you're retired, recently retired. If you want to do this for a living to make extra income, trade fewer positions. Okay. I found over at least the last 15 years that, when the markets are giving you a bullish trend, then and only then should you be, you know, trading 6, 8, 10 positions. I know I just said that I had 8 positions open, but, I do this professionally. This could have wiped us out if there would have been a bad news item before the bell, but I'm short term doing well, taking short term positions. And longer term, I'm looking at, I got SPHD, which is paying dividends. I just got another dividend, more shares. So although it's off a bit because of value stocks, I'm not going to sell it. I have a new position that I took recently. Let me get back to NVIDIA because it looks like we might bounce here. I'll stop talking. So short-term positions, I had the Friday calls, NVIDIA, Micron, all of those moved higher this morning, gapping up. Reason to take profits off, reassess the markets after 10 o'clock. I got a feeling NVIDIA, after the dust settles, I got a feeling NVIDIA is going to be much higher. Why? Because, well, first of all, look at the pattern. Okay, so you got technical analysis telling you that you got a big cup. There's a handle right here. Okay, between 260 and 280. You got the depth of this pattern, which is about 200 points. So that's where you're getting your targets from. Anywhere from 450 to 500 is reasonable. Do I want to buy up here? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. What I want to do is wait for the next 6 to 7 days. Use, if you don't know Lee Star, introduce yourself. He's very helpful. I don't want to give you a lot of work to do there, Lee Star. Just briefly in a nutshell, you might want to just posted it in the social channel if you want. Your strategy in a nutshell. That way you don't have to, tell uh, everybody that wants to, you know, use your strategy. But I found your strategy works very well. He's been doing it since 2011. He's got a couple of other ones too that are very useful. Using a 50% retracement, which he learned from, I believe you said from professional traders on the probabilities when you get a 50% pullback or a 50% pop, start to look for retracement on using Fibonacci's. Okay, Palo Alto Networks is taking off here, so probably want to do something there. Maybe add to it if it keeps showing. Palo Alto had 15 upgrades, probably has some more upgrades today. NVIDIA had over 21 prior to the open. Okay, Palo Alto, PANW. So today, most likely, I'll be talking a lot about strategies, especially for our newer members, for the members that have been around since 2016 or earlier. You know, just bear with me because I think this is I won't say a pivotal point. The pivotal point I think is going to be, think being the operative word again. It's my opinion that somewhere around June 1st, as far as June 23rd, I've heard different dates, June 9th, June 12th, June 23rd, as the absolute drop dead date that the debt ceiling has to be signed by Biden, or else we'll default and we'll miss some of our payments. Everybody's expecting that we will get the debt ceiling, but remember Barack Obama, his administration, that came unraveled, and they shut down D.C., they shut down all the national parks. You remember that? Pissed off a lot of people. The parties were doing their thing. It affected a lot of people. The markets dropped precipitously in 2011 when that happened. The last time we had a debt default. We got those downgrades. Recently, we had Fitch downgrade. Not downgrade. Fitch has us on watch. So that's not the best. Palo Alto, continuation. All right, let me put Palo Alto up here. But I'll be talking about strategies for you new members. Okay, you always want to identify a strategy. Just from a long-term strategy, just a quick one. You want to wait if you want to put a substantial amount of money to work, and you're going to trade it passively. Wait until after the debt ceiling is approved, because you'll probably get your best entry. If you have positions, I trimmed a position. I took half off of TRBCX. We were up 27% from the last couple of weeks of December. We were starting positions. Michael and a few other people took that position as well. I just want to lock in the profits. If we do pull back on the debt ceiling, I'll look to put that money back to work. I'm still very bullish. TRBCX, T row price growth. I found that's probably one of the best for me anyway, for my individual circumstances. T row price. This was screaming at me to take a position. So we did that in December. Okay. So we pulled back 43% from the January 2022 high. And we saw this double bottom forming potentially. We weren't making new lows. Saw that big white candle on the weekly. We positioned, we made 27%. Some of you might have made more. I'm looking for a little pullback into the debt ceiling, and then I'm going to put that money back to work. All right, so Palo Alto is trying to push a bit higher. All right. AMD bouncing. So anyway, for long term, write this down in your book. Scott, I know you were looking for some things to put money to work for your son and for your retirement. I can only tell you what I'm going to do, but after the debt ceiling, I'll most likely add back in this position, and I'll be looking for this to get all the way back up to 177 and beyond. The only reason this is rising in a continuous trend is because institutions are buying the stocks that are in the TRBCX Blue Chip Growth Fund and the fund itself. So that's very bullish. Most 401ks allow you to trade that. All right, Tesla sitting here at 183. So, remember that chart, those charts of growth versus value, because growth is what's holding the markets up. I know Mikey's been pounding the table. Don't go blindly into the light, or whatever the saying is. He didn't say that, I did. But I think the probabilities for lower is increasingly probable, and we're all about probabilities, okay? I can identify our probability, and that is that the debt ceiling is going to have an effect. Could go either way. So bank those profits, get the cash. If you have too many open positions, you should be judiciously using the time. If we can get an example with NVIDIA, I had dead money in Micron, AMD. AMD was flat, and NVIDIA and those all worked out. So I'll put that to cash. I know I keep repeating myself because I don't have a script in front of me. All right, the Qs are starting to turn up. So this could actually run some more. So if you want to day trade it, let's see what the Qs look like. Apple is on a buy signal since this morning. Green signals 15, 30, 60. So all I'm going to be doing, if you hear me talking positions, all I'm going to be doing is intraday charts, meaning scalping. All right, the Qs are trying to go on a buy signal right here, but they're all red signals 15, 30, 60. So I won't do anything there. Could be a bear flag. Okay, Palo Alto, looking for that to continue. That had 15 upgrades yesterday. Palo Alto. Let me get rid of this. If you learn anything from being in our trading room, most of the things that I see, most of the positioning or most of the setups I see posted in the trading room have a strategy based um, comments behind it. So right now, just watching. All right, so we're just sitting here waiting for the markets. Looks like a bear flag on the Qs. Don't get sucked into it. I just cannot believe those frickin' NVIDIA calls. I had 5 calls, $7,500 per call in profit, and they were dead. They were dead coming into. So I know some of you had the 300s, I think, something like that. What a gift. What a gift. I'm not going to get emotionally euphoric about it. I mean, it's just another trade. It just happens to be a winner. Probably the one that we'll always remember for this year. These kind of days don't come around very often. Yeah, that's the assumption that many are making. Both sides of the aisle, by the way, um, Corey, is that Yellen won't provide the data of what when the default is. I mean, I think by law she has to provide it. That's really weird. Yeah, and that usually means BS. But you know, what can you do? Politicians can't live with them. You can't live without them. Unfortunately, all you can do is make tons of money. All right. So markets are going sideways, which is telling you institutions aren't doing much. I'm looking at the number of blocks that have traded. We got 1, 2, 3 on the IWM, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the SPY, and 2 on the Q. So the Qs were leading, IWM was leading to come into the week with a number of blocks telling you where most of the action was today. The action's in the spiders. So, and the top weighted stocks, no surprise, are, Microsoft, Apple, NVIDIA, etc. There goes VIX. VIX is moving higher. So VIX is moving higher. Yep. Yep. I'll put a nice offering in the plate. I'm Catholic, so yeah. Charles Schwab is up nicely today as well. Schwabi. Okay, I don't feel an edge at the moment. The markets just feel like they could drop a bit more. 4130 is the S&P support level for starters, and then 4100. Yesterday we tested that level. All right, so we gapped up, but look what's happening. We're fading, so we got a lower high and still have the 4100 level as a target. All right, so let's say we get down to 4100 and start to consolidate again like we were 3 weeks ago. For 8 days, we just went sideways. On day 9, we pushed higher, then we rolled over. All right, so as far as probabilities are concerned, you don't have a really good setup here for longs or short, maybe a little bit more biased that we could pull back a little bit more. Now that NVIDIA is out of the way, I'm very interested to see how well, there goes Tesla dropping off. Tesla dropping off. I'm not concerned so much that stocks are doing moving higher or lower right now. What I'm concerned about is taking profits off the table, reducing my exposure. Short term, the only one that I have left now is Palo Alto, short term options. Everything else are swings. Tesla, I do have some, I take that back. In Tesla, I have some calls that expire tomorrow. Okay. The 190s, those will probably be toast unless something happens in the next 36 hours, 48 hours, the next 48. Like that program. Schwab looks like it wants to go. I hate saying honestly because then it sounds like, well, aren't you honest all the time? Honestly, now that NVIDIA is done and we took all these positions off, all I'm concerned about maybe is to take up some more positions off, hopefully for a profit. And get ready for a long weekend. Tomorrow we're trading, but Monday we're off. Probably do something fun with the family this weekend. So the Sunday video will be out on Monday. Memorial Day, parades. All right, so the market's not going anywhere. At least it's not going to hell in a handbasket. That's good. You know where the expression "going to hell in a handbasket" came from? Shakespeare. They used to have a trap door, and underneath the stage, you drop through the trap door into a basket, and the actors used to, I don't know who coined it, but it was during Shakespeare days. Going to hell in a handbasket. That was pretty funny. Pretty funny. Um, had a executive vice president of technology that I used to deal with at Toys R Us, and his name was Manoj Kulkarni. He was from India. Super smart guy. Super smart. He always used to have these sayings. You know where hell in the handbasket came from? Stuff like that, among other things. What is Vinny talking about? Honestly, there's nothing to do right now. So if you're looking for setups, uh, what are we looking at here, Lee Star? All right, keep an eye on the trading room. Yeah, yeah, that looks really good. Looks really good, Rick. IEP, man, that just imploded, right? Wow. I have no position in IEP. I did, but I took it off because it wasn't moving in the right direction. This thing is just toast. Wow. Wow, look at this thing drop. Carl Icahn must be losing his shit. Sorry, Mr. FCC, Mrs. FCC. Billions. I mean, you're losing billions of dollars. Yikes. We've got three news items. All three of them are quote unquote advises Icon Enterprises investors to inquire about a securities fraud class action lawsuit. I mean, that happens all the time when stocks pull back. It's funny because at some point, by the time they get to court, a lot of times these stocks will be higher. This one looks pretty bad. This looks pretty bad for Carl Icahn. And if you did any research, now this is gonna like sound like conspiracy theory, but if you do any research about the top families, many of you know about this because I've talked to you, DMs or whatever on the phone. If you know what the top families do, the Astors, Rothschilds, Vanderbilts, the people at the top of the pyramid with all the money and follow the money. This doesn't look good for Carl Icahn. I mean, think about who was it John Templeton? Who was the one that lost all of his money? My mind just went blank. Made all the money during the crash in the 29 and whatever. Wanted I think he committed suicide. Who was that? Lost all his money at the end. Yeah, yeah, I remember that. Um, days like today, after big move higher, you take the profits off first 15 minutes. You're not sitting around hoping that Nvidia is going to keep going. Just wait. I mean, wait. It's not going to kill you to wait for 4 or 5 days to see what Nvidia does. Matter of fact, I would think it's a smarter move right now is to wait for the markets to settle down, wait for a good setup. Let me get Woody on here. Not that it matters. Woody's probably just like clucking right now. Clucks are bearish flow. Woodpecker is bullish flow. What do we got? All right, so what do we got going on here? Fed's Collins will be speaking at 10:30. Kansas City Fed at 11 o'clock. That's in Brother Bill's neck of the woods, Kansas City. And then we got a 4-week bill auction at 11:30. So there's not a lot on the calendar today. We got a 7-year note auction at 1 o'clock. All right, so we got Fed's Collins speaking at 10:30. Jesse Livermore? It was Jesse? Okay. Yeah, I have his book. You know, I have his book sitting right here, right next to me. Yeah, let me get that book. Let me get that book. Reminiscences of a Stock Operator. It's kind of a hard read. I found. I think some of the best books out there, if you're looking for investment books, check out Tom Bukowski. He's got a dozen. I like Encyclopedia of Chart Patterns and Encyclopedia of Candlestick Patterns. Those two are really good. He goes through probabilities. About 15 years ago, I started reading Tom Bukowski. The guy retired at 38. He's a genius, retired from investing. During the 90s, he did a lot of research, hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of stocks, patterns. He went through statistics. It's a good website to follow too, by the way. ThepatternSite.com, Tom Bukowski's site. He's also got all of his books there. ThepatternSite.com. He's really good. Smart as a whip. And I think you'll learn a lot by reading some of his books now. The top patterns are the high tide flag, pincher patterns, scissor patterns. It doesn't have a lot of splash and sizzle, but he's got a lot of information here that's very useful. And his books here, okay. Encyclopedia Chart Patterns. This one right here is really, really good. If you could buy any of his books, that's the one I would look at. Talks about probabilities. Probabilities are going to set you free in the markets because you won't be taking stupid trades just because you think you know what a stock's going to do. All right, IEP continues to drop here. I'm surprised they haven't halted this. Have they halted it at all today over the last couple of days? It's at 19 and change. Wow. Jesse James Livermore, the gunslinger. Okay, I'm going to go make some coffee. The markets could pull back. I don't see anything that you should be doing right now. I would just be, what I'd be doing is looking at the most actives. Okay. Look at your most actives. Keep an eye on what they do for the next few minutes. All right, look at the buyers coming in. See that wick on that candle? That's that's smart money. That's smart money. Now, is it just is it shorts covering into the gap after a little drop? We don't know. So we got to wait. You got to wait 3 or 4 days. This could continue higher. So let's take a look at this from a strategy point of view. All right. So let's say you want to be in NVIDIA and you don't want to do the FOMO chasing thing. One strategy is the gap and go. I'm not sure if Brother Bill does this, but This is the way I like to look at it. All right, so you can take wicks, I guess. I don't usually use wicks, but at some point this is going to pull back. I'm going to do something like this probably. Come back to this pattern here. And then it's going to take off from this point, and it'll take off and move higher. That's your stop. So put your stop underneath a 60-minute chart over the next few trading days, and that'll give you, I'm going to be doing that. So if you don't want to do it, I'll do it for you. And that's what we'll do. Gap and go. Look at the volume. That's great. Always keep an eye on your 60-minute chart. Microsoft. Let's see what Microsoft looks like. Microsoft. You want to have this trend. All right. So price trending above a rising 20 EMA for starters. You also want to look at the weekly. In an uptrend, you look at the daily and the 60-minute, and you're set. That took what, 15 seconds to do that? If the chart's not trending, I'm not really interested. Home Depot, I made the mistake. I've talked about it the last couple of days. It's range bound. I should have looked at the daily. I didn't. I was looking at a buy signal on a 2-minute chart yesterday. It got a buy signal right around 10:30 or so. Looked like it was going to continue higher. I neglected to look at the daily chart. That would have kept me from taking the position because I've been talking all about range bound versus trending. Home Depot is not trending. Okay, Qs are trending. So we can make all of the we can give all of our opinions about what the markets are going to do because we're at the highs and only tech is leading, but it's trending. The only way this is going to trend is if institutions are positioning in this particular 100 stock QQQ trust, NASDAQ 100. Q is based on the NASDAQ 100 stocks, best companies in the US, and there's a couple of, international companies in there. Top of the list is NVIDIA, up 25%, followed by AMD, Synopsys, Cadence Design. Now, Kramer actually, every once in a while, you'll get something for Kramer that makes you think. Cadence Design can do well in bear markets and bull markets in the chip sector because they design the software and everything else, for making chips. Anyway, Cadence is on the top of the list of most actives. No, but AMD is on the top of the list of the NASDAQ 100. NASDAQ 100, believe it or not, is 60% red. So that's telling me, unless that changes, we could still see a fade from here. The top 25 stocks are all chips. Everything is chips. All right, so let's go down a list of stocks that are on the NASDAQ 100 top 25. Let's look at Marvell. We'll start from the bottom up. Marvell, a dip. Let's see. Let me put both charts up here. Okay, the daily pulling back, but that was profit taking. You got the gap up. Of course, people are going to take profits. Of course, they're going to take profits. AMD, dip. Nope. That's pretty strong. AMD probably keeps going. Maybe we got something going here. So that's identified as one position that could keep going. I don't want to buy shares of AMD, but I would trade options. It's pushing off of VWAP if it keeps going. And we know what the daily chart looks like. It's trending. Oracle's moving higher. Okay, AMD, I took it off this morning. I had the 110s. Looks like 120 might happen today. 33,000 of the 120 calls are trading here. A lot of that, I'm sure, is just, there's 4,600 in open interest. Does it follow through? We're watching AMD. Here's AMD. Okay, on the left is the 5-minute chart. On the right is the daily chart. Let me change that to the 60-minute. Choose. So we have 60% of the NASDAQ red, 40% is green. The ones that are green are mostly chips, mostly chips. Yeah, the morning discussion basically is identify your probabilities. Are your probabilities sufficient to warrant a new position, or do you need to wait? Or do you need to wait? Okay, looks like the Qs could pull back some more. I'm looking at AMD, but there's, it's a flat VWAP. AMD, AMD, AMD. So the discussion today is all about probabilities. Is the stock trending? Is it range bound? Is it giving you a buy signal on all time frames or just one time frame? Is it above the 60-minute, below the 60-minute 20 EMA? Daily, weekly? If you can identify those criteria as being supportive of a new position, then by all means, take it and make sure you're using good risk management. Don't throw 100 calls at something. If you're going to have 100 calls, scale in with 10, because not everything is going to work. Sometimes you get these comments to come out and the markets pull back and you might have a great setup, but algos, crush your position. So identify your probabilities. That's the thought for the week. And range bound versus trending. I had a dream last night. My son and I play a lot of chess. I had a dream. My son played Magnus Carlsen last night. He was trading this. I forget the mate. It wasn't a scholar's mate. It was something like that. In about 12 moves, using both your knights. All right. So a lot of stocks are just pulling back. No follow through. And he was mirroring something from Gotham Chess. I don't know if you guys know who Levy is, but he's a grandmaster or a master. Um, anyway, I had that dream last night. It was really funny. I was talking to my son about it. And he's like laughing. I can't beat the kid. He's like 1,000 ELO now and just continues to advance at 12. I'm just blown away. And I want to get better. I want to get my ELO up to about 1,000 or more so I can make him better. All right. So just I'm sitting here watching the markets. Not much to do. Not much to do. Um, yeah, there's not much to do. I think the market's still in shock with NVIDIA's beating expectations. They missed the earnings number, but their revenue was like ridiculous. It was off the charts. I want to say 8 billion, a beat of 8 billion, something like that. Let me go look. Let me look real quick before I misquote earnings whispers. Anyway, so identify whether a stock is trending or range bound, then move on to what does the weekly, the daily, and the 60-minute tell you. If you can just do those 5 things and a little bit of luck with the markets, you should do fine. Probability wise, let's see. Palo Alto, what's that doing? Palo Alto. AMD, flat VWAP, so it doesn't look like it's going to go anywhere. I would, if you haven't already taken it off, the next pop, maybe you get the 120 is a major level. There's 36,000 contracts traded there with 4,600 in open interest. So you've got a ton of interest at the 120 strike on AMD for tomorrow's expiration. You got a flat VWAP and range bound action. Okay, let's see. NVIDIA. Okay. Revenue fell actually 13%. NVIDIA revenue fell. Earnings estimate was for 91 cents per share. They beat by 20 cents on revenue of 6.5 billion. Where'd that number come? There was a number. Revenue of company expects second quarter. Yeah, that's a big number there. The company said it expects second quarter non-GAAP earnings of $1.94 to $2.13 per share versus what the estimate was prior, 91 cents, $2.13. I would say that's a good number. So you just want to wait. If you're chomping at the bit to buy NVIDIA, even if you buy it at a higher price, but you got a good setup and it's projected to move higher with the setup, earnings are behind it, so you can wait a few days. All right. With that said, I'm gonna go get I'm gonna get a little bit of make a cup of coffee. So AMD. All right, the cues. Watch the cues here. Arthur Cash, Art Cashin speaking. New drugs and medicine to predictive natures of all types. So this is going to be. Art Cashin reminds me of my late father. My late father died, just before Katrina. So always remember Katrina and him. But Art Cashin and my dad got a lot of similarities, personality wise. I have to say, I got my interest in investing from my father. He had the little green copy of Reminiscences of his stockbroker in the bathroom for reading. I don't know if he ever read it, but one of my favorite stories. The markets are moving higher here. The cues, you might want to get long the cues. We might follow through. AMD bouncing off of VWAP. But my favorite story was back in the Volcker days. He locked in 16% CDs, 16% for 5 years. The banks kept calling him to try to renegotiate. He wouldn't have anything of it. 16%. And it was a pretty decent sum of money. He had like 5 CDs, pretty decent amount of money. 16% interest. All right, there goes SPY. Can SPY make it above 415? That's the major low. Let's go take a look at SPY real quick. SPY. Okay, here's the SPY. Okay, yesterday 410, 412 is huge. All right, 412. So we're above 412. The next level is 415. Next big level, well, we got 414, 415. So you got resistance overhead. All right, so $2 maybe.
Ryan is always good at those things. However, I think it's a rather small universe if you go back and look at it. I'm also worried about the Dow. You know, it's 100 trading day of the year, and I think the Dow's been down a preponderance of days through that. So, you know, it's been the tax, and now the tax will be bolstered by the artificial intelligence. So this is going to be some tug of war here. And again, not to dwell on it, but I'm going to look very carefully at what happens.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bite here. I'm not gonna bite. Don't have enough green signals. Signals don't have enough green signals to warrant chasing or to taking a position right now. The ES is right at the 105. If you're following Grover's chart, it's at 105 right now. Most of the fangs look pretty strong. All right, I'm going to make that cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
Something like 8 reporting levels in a row. There's something out there. I'm not sure what it is, but there's something out there.
I mean, earnings resilience. Are you surprised by the overall market resilience? We really haven't broken down despite all the risks. The debt ceiling, the rising rate expectations now for the Federal Reserve on the back of better data and better inflationary signs that you mentioned.
Meta, you got an inside day so far?
After they raised the debt ceiling and all of this. And, you know, the pain.
I'm going to make that cup of coffee. I'll be right back.
Well, there's no question that the indices, the headline indices, have been amazingly resilient. But again, if you take out 7 stocks, in many cases you're down on the year. So it's narrow. If you look at the market breadth, it's narrower than you would like to see. You know, supposedly the high tide lifts all boats. This is a very selective tide. And I'm not ready to throw out the confetti yet, Sarah.
No, you don't sound like that.
Maybe the doers. We'll see. But what happens tomorrow? Art. We'll talk to you soon. Thanks.
I'll drink to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Art.
Coming up next, the AI stocks that are rallying on the back of NVIDIA. There are some. As we go to break, CNBC, as you know, is celebrating Asian American and Pacific Islander heritage throughout the month of May, sharing stories of influential AAPI business leaders, including the CEO of herbal-based wellness brand Apothecary.
What makes me proud of being an Asian American founder is my parents. They immigrated here in the 1980s with nothing. They were farmers, and here I am today, having raised over $13 million of venture capital on my second company, Apothecary, filmed for Shark Tank, and I am just getting started.
NVIDIA results driving a NASDAQ rally. AI stocks seeing a nearly $300 billion surge. Dom Chu is tracking them. Dom, name some names for us.
All right, so Sarah, this is we're going to kind of put some of the breakdown here for you because there are only a handful of names in artificial intelligence or related industries that have the kind of market power to power a nearly $300 billion gain in overall market cap. Now, the bulk of that, as we've been pointing out, has been NVIDIA shares. And even though we're off the best levels of the session so far at $384 a share, 25% gains, what we're talking about right now so far is a roughly $190 billion market cap gain so far in just today's session alone. So if it were to stay that way, that is, of course, the bulk of it. Some of the other names that are getting some of that attention to AI in terms of market value are the names that we've been talking about for quite some time. Microsoft, the investment in OpenAI, ChatGPT's creator, Alphabet with their Bard product up about 2 to 3%. Advanced Micro Devices catching a 10% gain on the heels of NVIDIA's results. Advanced Micro is, to a lesser degree, perhaps for some investors, that semiconductor play. C3 AI and Palantir up there as well. Collectively, these five stocks make up a roughly at least $100 billion gain in market cap. So between those six stocks, NVIDIA and these five, that's where you get close to that 300. And one other place to keep an eye on, Sarah, there have been a lot of exchange-traded funds that have kind of started popping up that have an AI or an AI tilt or exposure. One of the ones that is larger in scale that has some AI-related names is the ARK Next Generation Internet Fund, ticker ARKW. We focused a lot in the past on the Transformative Innovation Fund, but this one here has Microsoft as one of its smaller weightings, also Advanced Micro Devices. Again, some of the big names that we talk about often. So keep an eye on some of the ETFs out there. But remember, many of them have smaller net asset values. They can be moved around quite a bit, but check out some of the bigger ones out there if you're looking for ways to expose yourself, Sarah, to ETFs without some of those smaller names being a part of that discussion, Sarah.
I'm going to throw in another one at you, Dom. Cadence Design Systems up 7%. This is a $60 billion company. It does the software design for advanced semiconductors. NVIDIA is a huge partner and client, and that's obviously getting another lift. You're seeing the NVIDIA effect spread out all around the market.
And there you got that other kind of few $1 billion to push toward 300 you were just talking about, Sarah.
All right, Dom, thank you.
You got it.
2 interviews you will not want to miss. We're going to get a view from the Hill with House Financial Services Committee ranking member Maxine Waters, who joins us next hour on the ongoing debt ceiling negotiations. And tonight, 8 p.m., a special encore of the Elon Musk interview. Watch the full unedited interview only here on CNBC.
back to retail this morning. Our next guest owns and operates leasable space in over 500 shopping centers and mixed-use properties. Let's bring in Kimco Realty CEO Connor Flynn, who joins us here at Post 9. It's great to have you. Thanks for coming in. It's such a fascinating space. We know there's a lot of uncertainty, and I think the street feels there's like not enough transactions to know directionally where we're going. How do you clarify that for people?
It's true. There's obviously a lot of warning signs today about the consumer, about the economy. I was just in Vegas for the ICSC conference where over 25,000 retailers, landlords, brokers got together. The fundamentals are quite strong. When you look at the leasing demand, it's really robust across all different square footage sizes. But the transaction market is on pause right now, no doubt about it. Transactions were down 75% versus last year. There's a lot of patient capital waiting. Kimco's position to be opportunistic. We have the lowest leverage we've ever had, the most cash on the balance sheet, the most liquidity we've ever had. So I think a lot of people are waiting patiently to see if there's opportunities. But the fundamentals are about as good as it gets.
What are you waiting for before you start pulling triggers, so to speak? What would you need to see?
All right, Meta's still pushing here.
A little bit more clarity on where the leverage, the interest rates are going to stabilize, so we can price accordingly in terms of, the total risk-adjusted return on the properties. The demand is there. I mean, we're at near all-time high occupancies. You're seeing actually some really interesting trends from mall tenants looking to go into open-air shopping centers. So we typically own grocery-anchored open-air shopping centers. We met with the likes of Macy's, Sephora, Victoria's Secret, Lululemon. A lot of these tenants that you would typically think were in closed malls, they're all their growth plans are in open-air shopping centers.
I mean, you're heavily exposed in grocery warehouse club. That is what's booming now, right? That's where consumers are prioritizing. But you're also exposed in probably banks, right? Which is not as hot, and other pockets of the
Q's look like higher prices. Q's.
Who's not doing well?
Yeah, obviously the Bed Bath bankruptcy is front and center, right? So that auction is coming up next month. So that'll be interesting to see where really the test of the demand is. There's a lot of retailers, especially in the off-price sector. So if you think about the off-price wars between TJ Maxx, Ross, Burlington, they said they're going to be aggressive at the auction process. So again, no new supply solves a lot of things. And we haven't really had any new supply in over a decade. And the demand is pretty broad-based right now.
Is it true that the ratio of openings to closings is not as bad as you might think reading the headlines every day?
Yeah, this will be the third year in a row of openings outpace closings, which is really remarkable. Because if you think about the negative headlines out there, you can still have a two.
There's just this fear that we're overstored, and it dates back to the early e-commerce days.
Well, then in COVID, we were never going to go back to stores.
Exactly.
Charles Schwab is a nice looking pattern, by the way. Charles Schwab.
As we go to break, another quick check on the markets here as the Dow's shaved some losses, down about 0.2%. Don't go anywhere.
All right. I'm just watching the markets right now. Charles Schwab back above 50 RSI. Charles Schwab looking pretty good. Let me throw some Fibonacci's on here too. Market's sitting here. Looks like it wants to push higher. All right, so this pivot lines up with 382. And 236 is right at 54. So this is working out pretty good.
Recession call out to the first half of next year, says the market is overly dovish on the Fed pivot this year.
Later, House Financial Services Committee ranking member Maxine Waters on where we stand right now in the debt ceiling negotiations with Congress.
Oh, like we really care about what Maxine has to say.
Market story today, though, being largely driven by NVIDIA after those blowout earnings results last night, driven by the significant AI demand that's taking the NASDAQ and other AI exposed names with it. Although, interesting note on the Morgan Stanley list this morning, it says Intel's lower and all these other players, Micron, Marvell, are tricky because there is the possibility that data, even though hyper-growth spending gives a boost in the AI migration, they might sacrifice some networking spend or some DRAM spend. So it's not like
In other words, it's needing all of the CapEx.
Yeah.
Right.
So you don't end up with the halo that you often do with some of these tech stocks.
Just to underscore how big of an impact NVIDIA is having, the only sectors higher in the market right now are information technology, thank you, NVIDIA, Microsoft, AMD, right, and communication services as well. And otherwise, it's a tough day. Just in from Matt Haley.
Oh, looking good.
Breadth is 2-to-1 negative on the S&P. It's 2-to-1 negative on the NASDAQ 100 as well, which is the tech exposed. So overall, tough day, and we're watching things like rising Treasury yields, especially the 1 month, and a few week T-bills even higher. We're at an all-time high on the 1 month Treasury because we don't have a debt ceiling deal right now. And we're also getting some good data in. GDP, better jobless claims data. But NVIDIA may be keeping the rally and tech afloat. The rest of the market, as we said, is not planned to get that ceiling from continue. And the possibility of the U.S. downgrade growing. Let's like here to explain. Leslie, you've been looking at the technicals of what the next few days might look like.
Yeah, the technicals, and particularly as it pertains to those rating agencies, those Fitch headlines, of course, putting the U.S. AAA rating on watch, catching the attention of Wall Street this week. Morgan's head of asset management saying the most nerve-wracking part of the debt ceiling drama is not the day-to-day developments, but the rating agencies' moves.
The rating agencies have their own fiduciary responsibility to act not in arrears. Act in arrears, but some of them act in advance, and they need to do whatever they think that they need to do. That in and of itself, forget about what's happening in the government, can trigger all sorts of things that the world's not necessarily prepared for, and I'm not sure that the nuances are picked up.
Wow, that was a word salad.
Particularly, T-bills comprise much of the plumbing that allows billions of transactions to occur every day.
Note the volume by price levels here too. Once Schwab gets above that Kirby time.
U.S. government debt, it could cause forced selling, she says. To be clear, the ratings agencies believe there will be a resolution before the deadline, but some believe they're not doing enough. They should be doing more in the meantime. We spoke a short while ago with Moritz Kramer, who was part of that group that made the decision to
downgrade the U.S. rating while at S&P in 2011. He told us that the ratings agencies this time around are acting, quote, quite late and quite timidly. He said that the political situation is at least as severe as it was in 2011, and it's not what you would expect for a country with the highest level of credit worthiness, guys.
Leslie, that's well said. A good explainer of the environment we're in right now. Leslie Picker this morning, thanks. With us this morning, one of the members of the group who did downgrade U.S. debt back in 2011 at S&P, taking the credit rating of U.S. Treasury bonds down to AA+. Joining us this morning, former S&P head of Sovereign Credit Ratings, David Beers, is now a senior fellow at the Center for Financial Stability. David, really appreciate your time this morning. Thanks for being with us.
Happy to be here, Carl.
Is this giving you flashbacks?
I'm not losing much sleep, but yeah, it has certain parallels with 2011 and certain differences too.
There's a lot of talk about what's different now than in 2011. Late cycle versus early cycle, inflation hot versus cold.
All right, meta continuation. Looking good here, Cayman.
This one and that one.
Well, of course, U.S.'s government debt burden is higher, and it's actually higher now than what S&P projected based on the independent Congressional Budget Office back in 2011, because we looked at a 10-year horizon, and even before 2021, the public debt burden was rising more rapidly than what we assumed. And the other thing to say is that, or to remind your listeners, is the fact that S&P downgraded the rating from AAA to AA+ after the debt ceiling was resolved, and that was because we raised two issues. One was public debt rising. Public debt burden was just alluded to before, and also because we felt that the political polarization in the country was going to lead to recurring problems, such as what we're seeing now, in having Congress and the
All right, cues continue.
Here's the one argument I have against the rating then and then the warning now, which is as long as we have the reserve currency of the world, which we do, despite some people thinking that we're losing it, we're not, and that's the US dollar, which it's not a problem, right? We can finance that debt. The world wants our debt. We have the deepest and most liquid market of our debt, and even if the payments have to get delayed, the money still will flow into the U.S.
A default is a default. So there's no, you can't say, oh, if the U.S. were to default on debt even for a decade, because there's no grace period on this credit. So a default of a day is a default.
Sorry, guys. I didn't realize I had you. I didn't realize I had you on mute. All right, so we're still looking pretty good here. Spying the cues, moving higher thanks to the FANG stocks, Apple, Microsoft. Micron, nice dip. Micron's probably going to keep going after the dip. If you took profits first 15 minutes, that's what we always do. First 15, 20 minutes, reassess the markets after 10 o'clock. Micron, a little extended here. I wouldn't be buying it. I'd be looking for a better entry. When I start to see consolidation like this after a gap up, you see where it gapped up last time? What is that? That was Thursday, gapped up, moved a bit higher into that wick. Sellers showed up and pulled back for 2-3 days. Then it took off to the upside, thanks to NVIDIA. But the consolidation is what I look for now. I wouldn't be buying it up in here. Q's still going. If you want to buy tech, I'd be looking at the Q's or something like that. Q's are still going. Puts are toast. The puts are toast. The Q calls did very well. I had the 331, 332. Technically, it was a straddle. I must have changed it at the last second to 332 on the call side. I started off with 331. The puts are toast. The calls, history. Those did very well. Meta continuation. Nice call there, Cayman. Or was it Steven? I forget who. You should be having a good day. Every day is a good day when you wake up and see yourself in the mirror. Quote from my late father. Every day is a good day when you see yourself in the mirror. That's true. Meta continuation. Meta's going here. Okay, let's keep an eye on Meta. It's the 60-minute is breaking out. 60 minutes about. Oh, let me go back to that actually. Keep an eye on the right chart over here. The chart on the right. You'll get a buy signal here shortly. Meta. What's the R-vol on Meta? Let's take a look. Meta. Oh, I took it off of that chart. Meta R-vol is 90%. Meta. Yeah, you know, Cayman, I always noticed that R-vol, while it's only 0.91, we're always looking for stocks with 2 to 3 times normal. The FANG stocks tend to trade high volume anyway, so you're basing it on yesterday and the previous 5 days. Previous 5 days of volume on Meta. There goes Meta. 60 minutes about to trigger. All right, the 5 and the 15-minute have already triggered. It's only 36% on the IV. Coming out of a daily squeeze. All right, Meta's going here. This is day 1 on a buy signal. Day 1 on the daily Meta. Meta's pushing higher. Meta has such a great runway for liftoff. When you think about AI as it applies to advertising, they've already been using some, a lot of computer positioning for advertising. Google the same, but with AI, it's only going to get more pronounced. So these stocks are positioned to do really well. What's Google doing? Tesla squeeze, buy signal. All right, Tesla is a buy signal here at the low. Tesla should continue. Tesla after the dip. There goes the Qs. Tesla's a buy signal right here, folks. Okay, looking for a follow through. All right, Big's at the low, trying to bounce. Big's at the low, trying to bounce. Tesla's at the morning high, pivot, supply, it looks like. Google, continuation there. Google, got the 125 call, Google for June. Google looks good. GL, Google. Coming out of what I was describing before about Micron. You see it on Google. All right, so what I like to see is a run up. 921.50 or above the 200-day. They're said to be stacked. 9 above the 21, above the 50-day, above the 200-day. They're trending. So this is trending. This is range bound right here. You look for the breakout. Then you got the trend. Stocks spend a lot of time basing, and then they trend. Base and trend. So you're looking for stocks that are basing, coming out of a large base here. Okay, this is stage 1 base right here. We're off towards stage 2. This is a little mini pullback there. But I look for these pullbacks with a 921 up and to the right. It's like a 70-degree angle to horizontal. That acute angle right there is what I'm looking at. You pull back for 2 days, and then now you pop. So the probability is much greater on the pullback at 120 for those who maybe bought some Google yesterday. And today, if we follow through, Google looks pretty strong. Look for a test of 126. So if you're scalping it, you got about 2 points back up to 126. Let's go look at Money Magic's levels. NVIDIA, let's see, NVIDIA 335, 350 are levels. Okay. Thank you, Money. I was just looking at your NVIDIA chart that you posted this morning, earlier. Okay, Google. Let's see, Google 122 and 125. All right, so Google, we're above 122. We're just about to hit 125. Google 122, 125. We're above 122. We bounced at 122 right at the call wall, and we're headed back to 125. So we're ping-ponging in a 3-point range, 122, 125 on Google, 122, 125. So we're headed back up to 125. Relative volume looks pretty good on Google. Tesla looking for a break higher off of this squeeze. Tesla 185. 185 is a call wall, and then 190. So you need to get above 185. 185. Need to get above 185.
Coming up, House Financial Services Committee ranking member Waters. We'll talk about the debt ceiling impasse when we come back.
All right, need to get above 185. Call wall. If you're not using Money Magic's levels, you're missing out on an edge probabilities. Okay, Google continuation, Meta. All right, Google, Meta, Google, Tesla. All right, let's look at these. Tesla needs to get above 185. Tesla needs to be above 185. All right, Tesla, we need above 185 to get to 190. Tesla. All right, let's see, 30-minute chart. 30-minute chart looks good. Q's trying to hold up here. That song, Lovely Day, Lovely Day. Lovely day today. I hope everyone's having a good morning. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Thursday the 25th, NVIDIA earnings day. Chips are in play, obviously.
Many cruise lines have seen occupancy at 100% plus. Some are turning passengers away as promotional pricing in the fall has now led to a surge in bookings. There's a look at some of the cruise lines. Big piece in the journal today about overbooking the way the airlines do and then being offered rewards.
Tesla, watching it for a move above 185 to get to 190.
There's a delayed jumpstart to the business, but it is happening. And I think back to that Carnival quarter when we talked to Josh Weinstein, super bullish on the outlook there. I guess the good news continues for that group.
Let's hit Europe. European markets set to close lower in just a minute. Overseas choppy trade here, highlighted by major gains in tech stocks. Food and beverage lagging behind in the session. The story abroad today, though, has to be Germany officially in recession after 2 consecutive quarters of negative growth, revising GDP downward for the first 3 months of the year. Here's your quote of the morning from Germany's Federal Statistical Office. The reluctance of households to buy was apparent in a variety of areas. It's interesting to juxtapose the German recession with the German DAX, which is their market near an all-time high, fueled
By chips.
by chips.
Yeah.
By some of these stories around technology, but also around the idea that central banks are moving into more of a pause mode. Although we're rethinking that, right? As we get hot inflation data, especially in Europe and the
And
UK.
by the way, even with this revised now recession, it's not as deep as we were fearful back when the Ukrainian war began.
No, and it's not all doom and gloom. I was talking this morning with Ralph Lauren CEO from Peaceful Days that he saw the recession numbers, but actually their European business has done quite well.
185 still holding for Tesla.
It's not.
We must get above 185 if you're thinking long. 181 up to 185, a nice little reversal. So you got 4 points already. Market's at the highs. Coming into lunch. 30 minutes to go.
Local police say they were called to a home for a report of a man stabbing a woman. When officers responded, they say the man started shooting at them with what may have been a hunting rifle. The stabbing victim and 2 of the officers were shot dead. Gun violence is rare in Japan, which has some of the strictest gun laws in the world. Super typhoon Mawar is now barreling toward the Philippines and Taiwan after hitting Guam. The storm brought hurricane-force winds to the U.S. Pacific territory and caused widespread power outages and water supply issues. No deaths or significant injuries have been reported. And the FDA granted full approval to Pfizer's COVID antiviral pill Paxlovid today. The pill is specifically advised for the treatment of mild to moderate cases in adults older than...
All right, watch it. 185 here. Tesla's pressuring for a breakout. 185 call wall.
Under emergency use authorization. This latest decision means there is now extensive clinical data showing the drug is safe and effective. Carl, back to you.
Thanks very much. Toll Brothers already trading at the 52-week high this morning. We talked to Doug Yearley earlier. RB says it can go higher. We'll talk about that next.
Plus, CNBC celebrating Asian American and Pacific Islander heritage this month, sharing stories of influential AAPI business leaders like Sarah Wynn of Wynn Coffee Supply.
At Wynn Coffee Supply, our mission is to celebrate diversity and culture in the coffee industry. Especially to Vietnamese Americans, knowing that Vietnam is the second largest coffee producer in the world, it is my passion to preserve my heritage while also sharing culture with the world. So as you're consuming Asian stories, cuisine, and beverages, remember that behind these products are everyday people, the communities, and the industries.
All right, watching the Qs sitting at the highs here. Okay. So we hit 186.75 earlier. Tesla's having difficulty getting through this area. We need the indices to keep moving higher, vice versa. We need these big cap tech names to continue. K-Web, nothing there. K-Web pulling back. All right, so we got 30 minutes to go into lunch, watching ABCD patterns, potentially a pivot, the A pivot, looking for that.
Have now finally revealed the details on password sharing. Well, it looks like it has to be someone in your household. Get some more details on what it means, membership ads, ad-supported tier. What are customers really thinking about this? And we'll take a look at the stuff coming up.
Okay, Meta squeezing, trying to break higher. So is AMD. AMD 120 is a major level. Gets above 120. I'll be watching AMD for setup for more long exposure. You can hear some selling pressure. Google trying to push higher. Meta trying to break out. Meta. All right. Tesla pulling back. Meta pushing the highs. Meta is pushing the highs. Oh, Snowflake stopped me out. Oh, okay. Snowflake stopped me out. Drop below 148. All right, so that's one thing that didn't work today. Home Depot still dropping off. Okay, come on, Meta, go. All right, we're fading from the highs. Fading from the highs.
which is the lower than the street's estimate of 2.7 billion. They also had an acquisition that occurred during the quarter as well for Neva, which is actually going to be a search company, and they actually are now eliminating or discontinuing their search function, and they're just going to be focusing on large language models, generative AI, and that is what Snowflake is looking at as far as a benefit for this acquisition. But they did not disclose the amount for this acquisition as well. So yes, we are seeing the shares down a little bit. Enterprise spending does look like it is lightening up here, especially for big cap and small cap.
All right, Meta's trying to break out. Meta trying to break out. Watch it here. Meta trying to break out. Meta's trying to go. It's at the pivot. Look for a breakout. Okay, VIX is spiking here. All right, Micron look okay. Meta looks like it wants to break to the upside. What is Microsoft doing? Microsoft, higher highs, higher lows. Frando, you in this? You in this?
Yeah, thank you for having me, Nicole. Look, I think Netflix has been very careful about telegraphing exactly what it's planning to do. I think they realize that they need to capture this large market of password shares. Revenue growth has kind of slowed.
AMD looks like it wants to go. 120 is a big level. I would like to see it above 120. I'd like to see Meta above 254, 250. All right, it's starting to push through 254 right now. Looking for 255. Meta, let's go check Money Magic's levels. You should be always checking, especially if you're trading options, you should always be checking Money Magic's levels or write them down. Okay, 250. We're above 250. So the next level is 250, 250. We're above that level. So we need to see options fill in for Meta. We're above the call walls, both that money usually lists two upside call walls. Let me go to bar charts and see what they have here.
You start to see churn increase, and you see negative impacts from that. We'll see kind of what happens. That's not our base case assumption. Our base case assumption that this is kind of more like a price hike with they've been
Guidewire software, GWRE, seeing a lot of option volume. GWRE. Okay, that's chopping around. Let's look at the 60-minute. That's okay. Just a little bit. LL Lumber Liquidators. Haven't seen that one in a while. Lumber Liquidators. Ooh, that looks pretty good, actually. It's a $4 stock, $5 stock. Lumber Liquidators turning the corner. Very high relative volume. It's a cheap stock. All right, Lumber Liquidators. Think about what the Toll Brothers CEO said this morning, that there's not enough inventory out there, that not only do home buyers want new, but there's not enough supply out there. So he's seeing trends supportive of increasing earnings. AMD making a new high here, trying to get above. Actually, no, this morning's high was right around 120 before we pulled back. Home Depot still pulling back. All right, we're coming back in a little bit. Charles Schwab looking for a follow through. Google, Microsoft fading. All right, so it looks like A pivots. I don't think it's the end of today's strength, but all right, so let me take a look at the New York FANG. Right now, you can hear that there's some selling in the background. VIX is at try to get back above 20. All right, so we got the New York FANG making a new high here. New York FANG making a new high. So let me pull this up here. What the hell is she talking about? Strength persists. Most obvious thing to me is that the strength of the trend is profound. You can see market muscle in RSI. It looks like a bicep in profile. Well, at least a bumpy one anyway. But it's above 70 and turn right back up towards 70. Of course, that has a lot to do with NVIDIA, well aware of it. But the strength persists. 921.50 or above the 200-day, up and to the right. RSI tells you to stick with the trend. The trend is up. MACD is above its signal line. Stochastics embedded. We were looking for a pullback to the 9 to start or the 21-day. We were not looking for a pullback to the 50-day, though we thought it might be possible. New York FANG. Let's look at the S&P. S&P trying to get the close back above the 21-day. That would give us the possibility of a push back towards 4,200. Only a handful of stocks, 15 stocks that look like they could help push prices higher. So we need to see more breadth. Let's go take a look at breadth. Advanced decline percent. Surprising enough, advanced decline percent does not echo the price action we're seeing with NVIDIA. So that's a little worrisome. That's a little worrisome. Let me go take a look at NIMO. NIMO. Oops. NIMO. NIMO is at minus 49. So NIMO is actually lower. Yeah, it's disguising what we're seeing right now. Okay, so be careful. You should be trying to reduce your exposure to the markets, not adding exposure. All right, Meta pulling back now. Interesting. Very interesting. I know nothing. Remember Sergeant Schultz? Hogan's Heroes? Hogan's Heroes. I know nothing.
necessarily changing the value proposition of content and all of that, though they'll argue that they're using this to try to invest more in the business and whatnot. But I think from that perspective, because the entire industry is trying to rationalize, it's not a bad time for Netflix to be doing this.
All right, so good time for this. Jawad Hussein, thank you. S&P Global Ratings, a good look there at Netflix. Appreciate it. All right, coming up next, George Sillis is all over the big story of the day, and that is NVIDIA new highs earnings report.
All right.
It is helping the NASDAQ and approaching $1 trillion market cap. So, what gives? What do we need to know about these numbers, and what's an example trade that he would suggest? Coming up.
They used to call him Schultze or something like that. You know, a lot of the programs back then were all feel good kind of comedies and stuff. You know, Gilligan's Island. All right, so I see some stocks up, some stocks down in the FANG. You've got NIMO below 50. Very few stocks are holding the markets up right now. Don't get too cocky, bulls.
We empower those who act, those who see the correlation between upswings and downswings, those who manage risk by meeting each obstacle with a perfectly executed strategy, a measured approach, the right tools, driving
Shitski.
CME Group, where risk meets opportunity.
When traders tell us how to make Thinkorswim even better, we listen. Like Jack. He wanted a streamlined version he could access anywhere, no download necessary. And Kim. She wanted to execute a preset trade strategy in seconds. So we gave him Thinkorswim Web. Because platforms this innovative aren't just made for traders, they're made by them. Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade.
Welcome back to Trading 360. It's time for the disruptors. George Sillis is with me, senior markets correspondent, TD Ameritrade Network, to talk about today's company, NVIDIA. Now, blowout earnings is blowout number. I mean, and they had great guidance too. It is sort of a typical phrase. I will say that people are using the craziest words. They're saying words like unprecedented, cosmological, unfathomable about how big a beat this was. They can't get over it.
Oh, man. Be careful, bulls. Be careful.
If you just consider what's going on a forward basis for NVIDIA, I mean, we know that there's an artificial intelligence arms race going on, and NVIDIA is locked in as the premier global producer of discrete graphics chips. I mean, this is a company that's approaching $1 trillion in terms of market cap. I mean, if you think about the market cap gain just in one afternoon and early morning, it's about $220 billion. That's equivalent to 3 Micron Technologies. I mean, that company is about $70 billion. That's how large this move is in terms of market capitalization. But if you think about NVIDIA, you got to look at the earnings profile on a trailing basis relative to the expectations on a forward basis. And the first half of the year, the back half of last year, things were actually pretty dire for NVIDIA. And if you look at the report, the sales growth was actually down. This is what's unique about the situation. If you
All right, small caps were leading to start the week, and then they fell apart. The S&P, few stocks are holding up. What's the action here? Sorry about that. Just a few stocks are holding up the action here. We got to be careful.
year's forward outlook, they actually are demonstrating expectations of over $11 billion in sales for next quarter. So if you put the math together, that's a 52% increase sequentially quarter to quarter in expected sales. It looks like to me, major component manufacturers like NVIDIA or discrete graphic processing companies like NVIDIA are getting huge orders from major customers. Companies like Microsoft, maybe customers like Apple, Meta, you name it. They seem to have a large backlog now for their processing. And I think this is
Yeah, that's the quote I've been looking for, Lee Star. I'm glad you posted that. Mark Minervini quote. Yeah, I was looking for that one.
the data center revenues were higher by 14%. Now that's pretty good year over year, but that's really good considering it's about 58% of their total sales. At the same time, automotive. If you look at automotive, they actually grew that segment of their business by 140%. And so with the sales growth, Nicole, on a forward basis, 52% sequentially to new record revenues from any quarter in history of the company, I think the stock price movement is justifiable. And if you look at some of the analysts, I'm looking at the high end,
All right.
they have some adjustment targets, but you have some $500 price targets, which are the high end of the scale. That comes from companies like JP Morgan. Evercore has a $500 target as well as KeyBank.
And it's at 388 today. And with this over the top guidance, how would you go about for an example trade? What do you have to
Okay, Q's pulling back a little bit.
Yeah, so this can be a little tricky, Nicole, because for all intents and purposes, just the earnings and revenue guidance is tremendous. The stock has also made a tremendous move today, close to 25% higher at one point earlier today. So looking at the chart, you'll notice there's a huge gap in the chart on the yearly, looking at a candlestick. And so what can happen here is really two outcomes. There can be an exhaustion gap. In other words, there'll be a pullback in the stock, or it'll be a gap continuation. We won't know unless it's a gap continuation until tomorrow's open. But with that said, we can still play the potential for an exhaustion gap. So looking at today's low at around $365.
All right. I'm just going to stick with Meta for right now. I'm thinking, what are the stocks that have been trending and most likely will continue to trend that have already reported earnings? What is the impact of AI as we go forward in the quarters to come, the years to come? I believe Meta is really well positioned. You got Microsoft, you got Google, you got IBM. What's IBM doing? IBM. We were looking for a pullback in IBM. All right, we got the pullback. Okay, so cool. So IBM, I'm looking for a new entry. Okay, we told you, what was that, on Monday? No, Tuesday. That wouldn't be surprising to see IBM pull back. It's still bullish, but we could also look at this as a range now. Remember what I said about Home Depot this morning? All right, the Qs are pushing higher. So while there's only a handful, maybe a dozen stocks that are holding up the markets right now, that's where institutions appear to be positioned. So tech looks good. All right, so here's IBM. So IBM coming back to test the breakout. That's not unusual. Watch RSI. I'm looking for another entry on IBM, taking some profits on Tuesday. I'm still bullish. I'm looking for those targets overhead, 382 and 50% retracement. SPY turning. Microsoft, watch your fangs. I'm looking for Meta to break out. Maybe Meta can break out here. So I'm thinking Meta. All right, it's going to be one of those stocks that are going to do very well. Apple, really haven't heard much out of Apple as far as AI is concerned. Yeah, they got some things that, an app or two or whatever. But as far as the actual AI, you talk to Siri and you get an AI response, or I don't know. Yeah, Apple seems to be very quiet about it. IBM, same thing. There's a lot of big companies that you would think would be talking more about AI that are very mysteriously quiet on the subject. I see there's a lot of potential. It might be bluster. Need to see the proof of the pudding, or the rubber, where the rubber meets the road. All those things. We need to see companies that are performing and making money with AI. So that's going to come probably in this next 6 months to a year or whatever. Some companies are going to continue to stand out. Those are the ones we want to invest for in the long term. There is a bunch. Mikey posted a bunch of ETFs that specialize in AI yesterday, I guess about 3 o'clock or so. So you can search the trading room for AI and look at Mikey's heart pumper. Look at his comments. You'll probably find that. Pesos.
Look, I think the fact that digital sales are on the rise is probably a good thing. It just shows more ways and people are shopping there. They're on the rise since the pandemic, and that's a good thing here. Chris, there's a landscape that is competitive. They have some of the big competitors like Walmart, for example. What about the brick and mortar business? Do we see it the way it's going to be?
Okay, watching Micron. Looks like it could go a bit more. Micron gapped up and faded a little bit.
Absolutely. You bring up such a good point. I'm sure someone in Minnesota was nervous when he said that Best Buy used to be the place we go look for the products, and that's a problem they have. Inventories are low in the stores, and consumers are noticing it. They're closing 20 stores. This is all difficult times for them. They overbill, I think, in some ways. However, the online business is fascinating. I think they're seeing significant increases in that area, and they're going to have to keep track. Anecdotally, I was with a group at a college graduation this weekend, and 2 or 3 of the girls were wearing watches, Fitbits or what they were, and they said, we bought these at Best Buy online because they were about 30% less expensive than we found at Amazon, which I thought was very telling. I think they're competitively going after this business. I think the online stuff is real, and they're going to have to really fine tune that in order to stay out. I mean, they were a category killer. The question is, how many huge Best Buys do we need? And I think we're going to see a thinning of the herd. Best Buy is going to still be around. I think over time they're going to. I think Lee's right about the return issues, but I think in general they've got to go online because the stores, to some degree, feel like no man's land. That's a little bit of an overstatement, but it's tough. So I think online is where they're spending all their time and money, and I think they'll be able to make the shift. I think they have good leadership.
Right, and the staffing. A quick thought on the staffing, Lee. We're looking at that quickly.
Right, they have 20,000 people in their Geek Squad, and they're very highly trained. The salaries they pay are higher than in their competitors. So, I mean, if you can get in the store and they have the inventory, for people that need guidance, I think that's still the place to be. But I will say that replacement cycle on devices is 3 to 7 years, and a lot of people, bought things in 22, and I think with the macro environment, that replacement cycle is going to get moved to 25 as opposed to 24.
You're an Orioles fan, Scott? I just saw your comment. Okay, looking for Meta to break out. Watching Micron, AMD, just below 120. Meta looks like it wants to go. It's squeezing. So when you squeeze, you get your best entries in a squeeze for option players. Next best level is pullbacks, of course. Okay, watching the Tesla reversal here, starting to move higher. Tesla SPY's turning, looking good. Meta. See, barroom queen.
When traders tell us how to make thinkorswim even better, we listen. Like Jack, he wanted a streamlined version he can access anywhere, no download necessary. And Kim, she wanted to execute a preset trade strategy in seconds. So we gave them thinkorswim web. Because platforms this innovative aren't just made for traders, they're made by them. Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade.
Trading has changed forever as a new generation of investors make their impact.
It's more important than ever to navigate the frenzy of stocks, IPOs, the next wave of tech.
All right, so nice reversal. The Q's starting to go here. Sorry about that. Meta looking for the breakout. Meta looking for a breakout here. All right, nice reversal. Microsoft, nice reversal here. Microsoft. Meta. Meta breakout imminent. There it goes. There it goes. Goodbye. Goodbye, Meta. Coming out of the squeeze. All right. Nice. All right. Q's by Microsoft.
Now, 2.5 hours into the trading day, stocks are mixed as a rally in companies linked to the frenzy in artificial intelligence outweighed broader market concerns, including U.S. debt default. The tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 spiked higher as shares of NVIDIA soared 26% after the company forecast related to AI demand surprised even the most optimistic analysts on Wall Street. Now let's take a look at the
Nice. Yeah, the 105 is doing well on NVIDIA. I agree with you, Grover.
nearly 160 points or 0.5%. The tech-heavy NASDAQ 100 up 2.25% on the day, led by those gains in the chip makers, including NVIDIA, and the small caps on the downside, once again, down nearly 1.2% on the session. To help me break down this market action, let's bring in my co-host, Kevin Higgs. Kevin, a pretty bifurcated market here. Bifurcated market here. And it seems like, thank goodness for NVIDIA, because where would the market be right now if tech wasn't holding, struggling? Yeah, struggling right now. I agree. You look at the Dow and the Russell down. Thank goodness for NVIDIA.
The economic data this morning did not help the overall macro picture. Everything, there's been a couple good earnings, but NVIDIA is ridiculous. I've been doing this a long time. I've seen this happen a lot, and this price action of what it's done is incredible in that when you see a gap like that, normally it trails back down slightly and doesn't. For this to extend during the conference call and then stay there the whole night over, there is some incredible.
All right. The future's trying to get above the 105 right here. All right, Meta. Come on, Meta. Just blast higher here.
And this is a $386 stock, adding nearly $200 billion in market cap just today.
How about this? Alex Coffey, right before we came in, made a really good point. Their forward PE went down.
Yep.
Even because of how big their forward earnings now look, the forward PE went down. That is incredible.
Right.
With the stock up now 26%.
Yeah, because of those guidance estimates.
let's expand on this a little. Bring in Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here on the network, to help us break down this. It's all about the guidance here, Jenny. And when I look at the guidance that the company gave, they must have orders coming out of their ears at this point for that ramp up for some of their products on the data center side, right? Because it just seems like typically they're pretty subdued in their guidance.
Okay, so I have some questions here because it's like, how could we have pegged their guidance so incorrectly? I look back at the expectations into this report. Clearly, we were pricing things wrong with shares up over 26%, and we're well off session highs.
All right, we're pushing higher. We're trying to get Meta to break here. Tesla's moving back up to the call wall. Tesla back to the call wall. Another test of the call wall.
Largest one-day gain in market cap of any U.S. company. They'd have to close around $382 a share or higher, which we're at currently, to surpass Amazon's record from February of 2022.
Meta, no breakout.
We're seeing all these headlines regarding that they're inching towards that $1 trillion level here, but we would have to reach a price of $404 a share to then secure that valuation. This, of course, follows all things guidance as we saw expectations shatter what the street had been pricing in. Their data center revenue, though, did rise about 14%. This also blew past expectations. On the other hand, though, their gaming division experienced a 38% year-over-year drop. It did beat street forecasts, but I think it's important to note that their gaming revenue did improve about 22% sequentially, signaling some improvement in the overall PC market, which has been overall one of the weakest spots for a name like NVIDIA. Now, they're forecasting their current quarterly sales to be around $11 billion. That's up 64% year over year. And that is the figure that was about $4 billion ahead of what we had been expecting here. The CEO naturally did highlight the rise of AI and other AI applications.
Yeah, about 50 times during the conference call.
I think also what's really phenomenal about this move higher today is the way the street has reacted. I mean, some of these analyst reports are so overwhelmingly positive. Susquehanna actually is calling the adoption of ChatGPT translating into the surge in orders for chips almost unimaginable for a name like NVIDIA. Truist said the magnitude of the upside is stunning, saying NVIDIA is the AI company. And you look at the analysts that have raised their price targets on this name, I mean, it is so much well above where they currently were just yesterday. I mean, KeyBank $500, Bernstein $475, Barclays $500, Goldman Sachs $440, and JP Morgan $500. The list just goes on and on and on. So well above where they previously were, and we're seeing obviously then the ratings lean definitely in the bullish camp. So this move is exciting. I think this is sort of why we all cover markets, because it's nice to see things outperform so strongly to the upside. But then I think in terms of valuation, it does beg that question now going forward. Are we pricing things right now to perfection?
All right, one more higher high here on Q's. Looking for. Oh, sorry about that. I keep pressing the mute button by accident. Maybe I should change it to something else. All right, there goes the Qs. Check which stocks are moving with the Qs. All right, there goes SPY. SPY on the move here. Good. There goes Microsoft. Microsoft coming out of this level here. Let me just take another look at a different chart of Microsoft. Gapping up. Can't buy it here. It looks good though. Looks good. Buyers are better entry yesterday, but we didn't know if it would gap down or not with the Qs, so I didn't do anything with Microsoft. It is staying above the 921 day and 50 day and 200 day. So Microsoft looks good. It's just I don't see a strategic entry on Microsoft. If you're in it, there's no reason to sell it. Good point. Good points being made by Brad Gerstner. Yeah. NVIDIA made it up north of 394, pulling back to 382.40, 382.50. I'm tempted to buy the dip, but I know better. I have to wait on NVIDIA. Okay, I could miss some upside. That's fine. I'm okay with that. But what I'm looking for is what happens in the next 6 to 7 trading days. If it bases, pulls back, great, better entry. If it starts to show an ascending flag or pennant, that's fine too. But what happens in the next 6 to 7 trading days is going to be tantamount to my decision-making process. Okay. So what it does in the next few days. So there's no hurry on I mean, if it goes to 1,000 and splits again, what do you care if you miss 5 or 6 trading days? You know, when I say you, I mean me. What do I care? I don't care. I'm just waiting. I want the best entry. I'm trying to perfect entries. Yesterday had a little snafu with Home Depot. I didn't check. The one thing I should have checked was the daily. I didn't look at it. I was looking at the 5-minute, had a buy signal, but I didn't look at the daily. And I'll keep bashing myself on this because I want you to learn as well as myself. The reason why this position sucks is because it's in a range. Can go up, can go down. It's right at the 50-day. My bad. I shouldn't have looked at the 5-minute chart as a buy signal over here at 10:30. But you still make mistakes, even being in the markets as long as I've been. Meta breaking out. Okay, Meta finally breaking out while I'm yapping away. Sorry about that. Meta breaking out. Take a company like NVIDIA, take a company like Google or Facebook. Sure, we've had moves off of what have been historic lows because we had a tech wreck in 22. But those moves seem like they're big moves, but these companies are generating massive cash flow, and the multiple on these stocks is frankly lower than the multiple on most stocks, consumer stocks, cyclical stocks that exist in the Dow and the S&P 500.
Yeah, one of the remarkable things that we've witnessed today, beyond NVIDIA's own move, is the movement from analysts on price targets, which have in some cases doubled. JP Morgan, for example, 250 to 500, Barclays 275.
All right, Meta breaking out here. Meta breaking out. Beautiful, beautiful. Tesla not breaking out yet. That's okay. Da, 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 da. There we go. Dun, da, dun, da, 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 dun, 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 da, 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 dun. Wheels up, Air Force. Wheels up. Market's moving higher. Meta. What? What the hell happened here? I thought I had a position in Meta. Shitski. Damn it. Okay, well, I'm sure you guys had it. I thought I had a position in Meta. I got to pay attention. That breakout was a good one, too. Off the lows. What's going on here? I thought I took a position. Meta. Buy to open. Sell to close. Huh. That's weird. Meta. Two. Okay, let me go check Meta. See what. It's 100% of its ATR, so I can't buy Meta here. Okay, so that's done. All right, that's fine. I got the Qs and SPY.
How sustainable are these moves, even if you believe that there's going to be this massive generational retooling of all of the data center architecture to fully embrace the potential
for generative AI? Like, should we look at those moves as these are going to fade, or could this maybe be the opening innings for an upcycle for the entire semi space?
Yeah, it's sort of interesting, right? In the near term, this is unlikely, I think, to drive tons of upside like memory or
SPY still pushing higher. SPY going for 415. 415 is the next level. Meta, disappointed. I thought I had a position from below VWAP. I don't know what happened. Huh. Well, that's bizarre. Let me reboot Schwab. I thought I took a position.
So yeah, over time, it absolutely should drive semicap. It absolutely should drive memory. Near term, it's the cycles that'll drive it. But like this is.
All right, so SPY's still going here. All right, let me just reboot Schwab. That'll take me a second to do that. All right. Well, it's been a good day for sure. Thank you, Mr. Rogers. Great day in the neighborhood, everyone. I see Jimmy. I see Michael. I see Sally. Remember Mr. What's his name? Captain Kangaroo. Remember Captain Kangaroo? Showing my age. Mr. Green Jeans, Bunny Rabbit. TV was so innocent when we were kids, except for maybe Zorro drawn. I mean, he didn't kill people. He just drew Z's on their chest with his sword. These days, you couldn't have a show like that. Can't have that on regular TV. What am I doing here? Oh, okay. The market's moving higher. All right, what a nice day. Meta. It's 100% of its ATR. I can't go after Meta. It looks good though. Let me see what the rest of these look like. All right, so NVIDIA just gave a buy signal on the dip. We need to see this confirm on a 15-minute time frame. 15, 30, and the 60 are green. NVIDIA. Okay, looking for A pivots, so don't be buying stuff up here at the high. All right. All right. Amazon. NVIDIA. What am I going to do with NVIDIA? It's a buy signal right here. It pulled back. 650% of its ATR. Even though it's a buy signal, I'll pass on NVIDIA. You know what my position is on NVIDIA. I want to wait 5 to 6 trading days, see what kind of base sets up. There's no hurry on NVIDIA. It's going to be around, I'm sure, for years. When you think about the Microsoft, IBM computers, Apple back in the 1980s, was it 86 when we bought the first Apple computer? And no, it was 80, it was still in LSU, still in LSU, 84, 84. 83, 84. Yeah, Apple came out. No, it was even earlier than that. Anyway, think about where computers have gone all of these years later, and then the internet on top of it, and where AI's positioned now compared to it's in its infancy right now. So my job and your job, all of us should be working together like an AI engine to think about the best. Actually, you could probably do a search on ChatGPT. Um, Companies best positioned for AI going forward. I'm sure NVIDIA is going to be top. NVIDIA doesn't have a dog in the search process. It's all about processing and its stack, as you heard Brad Gerstner talking about. So, yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Meta. All right, so let me pay attention to SPY since that dipped and pushed back up. What happened to my audio here? Okay, there's Brad. Okay. Snowflake. I got stopped out of Snowflake. It's back above my stop, so if it starts pushing higher, I'll probably look at Snowflake again.
And so I think that combined with their acquisition of Applica, which is really an AI foundation model company focused on deconstructing corporate documents, they're clearly getting ready for this next wave of AI. But we're in this lull around, companies, who are tightening their belts, and so they're going to
Google making higher highs, higher lows. I do have Google calls. I had the 126 call for June. Google, looking for that to blast through that area and move to 130. Palo Alto Networks, looking for that to break higher here. PANW.
Versus consensus estimates of 45. But the forward look represented the conservatism that they have about what they're seeing in the business and how CFOs are trying to tighten their belt. I imagine they're seeing the
Service now.
etc. But if you want to bet on the future of AI, I do
Service now. Palo Alto looks like that's going to keep going. All right, Service now is gone. Gone, baby, gone. Service now, let me just check it. I don't think Service now is 236% of ATR.
I mean, certainly it fuels the narrative, right? The idea that this is going to be big, there's demand, and at least they have, in theory, products that they can sell. I mean, you can look at Intel down 6 or 7 because they're not benefiting from that narrative. They don't have products at this point. I personally don't think AMD is going to see a ton of upside.
Yeah, I'm not chasing it. Palo Alto is fine. Palo Alto trying to break out. Yeah, Lamb Research. I know you trade that one from time to time, Frano. Apple on the wall. Who's the fairest of them all? Apple. There goes Apple. Okay, I got the 175 call. I'd like to get back to even so I can buy some, so I can break even on these and eventually buy some more. Apple. Apple is mysteriously quiet on AI. I mean, there's so much potential for all of the things Apple, and yet I haven't heard much out of that, except for an app or two or whatever some people had mentioned about Apple. I can visualize. Anybody that's successful will tell you they can visualize, something about their business, whether it's, I don't know, like Mondo is in landscaping contracting business. I mean, that's a very, very profitable business, especially in areas like New Jersey where there's lots of, $1 million, $2 million, $5 million homes, like Eddie Murphy's place in Inglewood. But you can visualize the business. I mean, Mondo has been talking about his business, all through the bear market. Everyone kept talking about spending slowing. Yeah, maybe eventually it will. I mean, remember when we came into earnings season, how earnings were supposed to be so terrible? And look at what NVIDIA did. Oh my gosh. It's just. Okay, Apple at the highs. Looking for a little dip here. Oh, hope everyone's having a good morning. Meta, that's a little upsetting. I thought I had a position. I was about to take some profits into strength. Realized I already sold what I had. I had the two 5750s. I think because I was thinking that it wasn't going to make it there. I'd take the profits and just call it a day. I think that's what I did. I just don't recall. Google.
The Supreme Court dealing a blow to the EPA today, issuing a ruling that limits the agency's ability to police water pollution in some wetlands. In a unanimous ruling, the court said that the Clean Water Act does not automatically apply to all wetlands.
Yeah, the earnings were supposed to be so bad, according to all of the, I'm using rabbit ears here, all of the experts. Haven't heard anything from Morgan Stanley's, what's his name? What's his name? Mike something?
There was no immediate comment from the Russian Defense Ministry. Scott, back to you.
Thank you. That's good to Steve. It's been a rough stretch, to say the least.
Mike Wilson.
Shares down 6% over the past week alone.
Or
Down again today, you have two
the Apple analyst. What the hell was his name?
What are you thinking about it here? It's 30% off of its 52-week high. I mentioned a week. I mean, it's down 10% in a month, 6% in a week. I could go on, but you already know.
Yeah. So Bob Iger obviously took over about 6 months ago, and he threw the rudder over, right? He changed the course. He said, we're going to control costs. We're going to get costs under control. He started to do that. It takes a little time for the ship to actually turn in that direction. At the same time, Scott, as you well know, he's got some strategic initiatives that he's got to take care of. What is he going to do with ESPN? What is he going to do with Hulu? And those things are likely to be resolved over the next couple of quarters as the cost cutting takes hold. And underneath all of this, what you've got is some pretty good throw weight in terms of the subscriber count that they have right now. Theme parks going gangbusters. Studios doing well, no matter how tired any of us are of Marvel. You know, those continue to spit out multi-$100 million box office hits. So there is good businesses underneath all this. I want to say one last thing. Okay. If you look at FactSet earnings estimates, long-term growth estimates for earnings per share right now, 24%. Now, maybe that's high, maybe it's low. I don't know. That's, long-term estimates. Trading right now at this year's earnings 22 times gives you a PEG ratio below 1.0 for a pretty good brand. So I'm not happy about the price decline, but I think there are better days ahead.
You sold it, Jason Snipe, a couple of years ago. I think people know you're in Netflix now. Yep. You made a decision to get out of one and get into the other.
All right, so Palo Alto watching for a follow through. I'm sure there's lots of positions out there I'm not paying attention to that you may be trading. My apologies for that. I'm honestly, I'm so blown away by today's price action. So blown away. NVIDIA, I mean, you people that are, you traders that are young, under 30, under 25, whatever. There's a few of you. Man, you've got such a promising future. I mean, I started trading after computers were really starting to kick in, 87. IBM was a big deal. That was my first trade, December 1987. After the crash, I bought at IBM. Man, that turned out to be like the first trade, the first position. It was turned out to be a swing position. I went through a broker recommended it. So, but I call it my first trade. My first $10,000 in the market. Used most of it to buy IBM, made a crap ton of money. Second trade was Magna International. They're a Canadian auto parts manufacturer. They've changed their symbol several times. Bought some zero coupon bonds, and it kept doubling my account. Was with Shearson Lehman Brothers. But think about the computers back then. Archaic. I mean, what's in your hand is just incredible. You got a computer in your hand, you got a calculator, a weather barometer. I mean, it replaces like 15 different devices, an alarm clock, a watch, communications device, all the things that this little device that Steve Jobs and a few others came up with, smartphones. Remember when smartphones first came out? And the what was the Walkman, Sony Walkman, and then Steve Jobs came out, yelled at his engineers, "I want to get all of my songs, all 1,000 songs on that little device, iPod." Incredible. You never hear about the engineers that actually did the work. You know, Everybody pointed to Steve Jobs. I mean, maybe he had some of the ideas, but the people who actually produced, jeez, man, they should be. We should know all these people are. Probably do. Just do an AI search. Palo Alto trying to push higher. Looks like the market's going to go again for another leg. Yeah. Yeah. Mike Wilson. He's still having to explain to the clients and to management his calls on the markets. And you know what? Corey, when I look at this chart that I'm about to show you, people could be wrong a lot longer. Minervini says that coming out of a bear market, get away from the indices. That's true. Look at individual stocks, what individual stocks are doing. Obviously, tech stocks, as long as you're not getting into like value names, you should be fine. But this chart is telling me, hello, McFly. Look at 2003 over here. Look where the markets went. Once 2003, that crossover. Look at the 12 EMA 12 period moving average, the monthly. This is the monthly chart. Oh, that looks beautiful. Okay. This also tells me that Mike Wilson could be wrong a lot longer. People are already starting to say that, analysts are already starting to say maybe this recession is not going to be as bad as we thought it would be, because of the inflation and all the dollars that are floating around out there that the Fed printed back in 2020. This speaks volumes. I mean, think about the catalysts that are going to hit so many different industries. Think about boards that can say, let's use ChatGPT to focus more on exactly what we need to do in what areas to make our business very profitable. Think about the coffee shop owner who can use ChatGPT, analyze my analyze my trends. You won't have to do it by gut anymore. You know, you'll I mean, it's just something simple like a coffee shop. You know, you're competing with Starbucks, but you got a nice business, a nice location. Where's the best location for, you know, a coffee shop in Myrtle Beach or in Knoxville or in, you know, San Francisco? It's just, it's mind-boggling how much we're going to be affected by all of this. All right, let me get back to the markets. We're still in a range. If you look at VWAP, you can see that we're sideways. It's not like you're going to miss anything by me yapping away. Okay, so Meta at the highs, SPY. Excuse me. Still got this. I'm a lot better, by the way. I'm a lot better. I just got this little tickle in my throat now. It's almost completely healed. I'm like four weeks later from when I first got sick. All right, the dollar is rising. All right, be aware of it. The dollar's rising, so that creates a headwind. NIMO is no longer at the lows. It's at minus 46. It was minus 52 at one point. Okay, let me look at what I found over the last couple of months is just focusing on buy and sell signals on the big cap tech, you know, top 15 stocks, just watching NVIDIA, AMD, the whole group, the FANG index. Is it on a buy signal? I know Grover does this a lot. Is it on a buy signal? Do you have all green signals or is it not? Right now, the New York FANG is on a buy signal. It's moving sideways for the most part. Meta is on a buy. It continues to thrust higher on the 5, 15-minute, 30-minute. All green signals. Google dipping right here. It might give you a nice entry on Google if you pay attention right here. 124 looks like it could come back to that level. It's all green signals, 15, 30, 60. Qs, we're currently on a little sell signal in the Qs from the highs. Need to break back to the highs to negate that signal. Netflix, do I have a position in Netflix? I wanted to add to that. No, I don't. Netflix is on a buy for the last 30 minutes. I'm not going to do anything there right now. I'll look for a C pivot. All right, let's look at Netflix for a second. All right, I'll show you what I'm looking at here. Okay, so Netflix, you got the run up. There's your A pivot. All right, so if you're a new member, you don't know what the hell I'm talking about. We look for ABCD patterns. Very dominant pattern. We see this very often. The reason why it works is people that are traders come into the markets at different time periods. Some are morning traders, some are evening traders, some wake up later, they're Midwest, West Coast traders, trade the last couple of hours, whatever. So the morning traders on the East Coast, if they get buy signals, they'll take buy signals. You see how I pulled away from VWAP? VWAP tilted up and to the right. We broke above the opening range high right there. Opening range, 10 o'clock. Draw a line here. Okay, so here is your opening range highs. I'm not looking at the wicks, I'm looking at the bodies. Oops. All these analysts are having a difficult time explaining what's going on because most people are not day traders. Oversold stochastics. There's your opening range high right here. Right here is 10 o'clock. Okay, here's your 10 o'clock period right here. There's 10 o'clock right there. So that's the 10 o'clock high. Once it breaks above the 10 o'clock high, that's your signal. Starting off with a buy signal, there's your breakout confirmation. VWAP turns up. We run up. This is, oops, you don't see what I'm looking at. Okay, here's 10 o'clock, that vertical. Opening range highs, the horizontal, a break above, VWAP turns up. You get that run up to the A pivot. There's your run up to the A pivot. Okay, now we're looking for B. There's B. You get another buy signal right there at B. Pulling back. So now we're looking for C. Do we get C? I don't know. We'll see. But looking for that C pivot. And then our stop will go underneath the B pivot, which just happens to line up with VWAP. That's perfect. And of course, we have to watch the indices. So right now we're pulling back. Wait for the pullback. Looking for B and C here. Okay, so where is C going to be? Okay, that's what we're looking for. We're looking for C. Here's A over here. Okay, there's your A pivot. Pivot high. And the reason why this works is because the morning traders come in, they trade the opening range. They're in and out in a couple of hours, if that much. They make their $500 a day. I mean, can you live on $500 a day? That's $10,000 a month, 120 a year. Obviously average, but can you make 250? Sure you can. Couple of options on a decent stock, a decent company like an NVIDIA, not today, but NVIDIA or Netflix or Microsoft. You don't need to trade everything that's out there on the watch list unless you're a swing trader and you're just looking to get into something that has the probability of following through over the next several weeks. That's what's on the watch list. When I show you the watch list, that's what I'm thinking. Do you need to trade everything to make a living? No. People like HCPG, I don't know if you know who he is, but very good service. All he trades are the big cap stocks. You know, that's all you need to trade. I mean, you take 2 or 3 stocks, I mean 2 or 3 options. You make $500, $1,000 a day. I don't know about you, but $20,000 a month, that's pretty good. Now, obviously, you're going to average, there's going to be days where you're not going to trade. But the fewer positions that you have when you're day trading, the fewer positions you have, the easier it is to monitor and easier to be more consistent because you're not, having to shift. If you have enough screens, you can follow 6 charts. I have one screen that has 6 charts on it, another that has 12. So I can monitor. I don't want to be trading all 6 or all 12, certainly not all 12 in this market. But even if you just trade 3 stocks, very easy to monitor. Watching ABCD patterns. Buy a couple of options on the buy signal. Some of you trade larger. I'm broadcasting, so I can't trade. I can't trade 100 options on the SPY or the Qs. I mean, that's just ridiculous for me. 10 is usual. 10 is usual for me. That's a usual. Whenever I talk about positions, I'm usually talking 5 or 10. Calls or puts. In and out quick. I'm just looking to drive the train, take the train to the next stop where it happens to be going. Once the train leaves the station, that's your buy signal. You have a trailing stop. Trade fewer positions. Trust me, you're going to do a lot better, especially if you're a day trader. If you aren't a day trader and you're just talking swings, you want to look at the daily time frame and time your buys to, buy signals. Like Netflix, all right, here's Netflix. We got an ABCD pattern intraday, but if you can go to the daily chart, and you can see the daily chart. If you bought over here, you still don't have a sell signal. So that was right around 300. It's up 365. So 65 points on a swing. Does that work for you? So maybe you want to be talking swings. Okay, I know I spend a lot of time trading intraday because that's the market we're in. We're in fewer swings, more day trades kind of market. The reason is this trend right here I'm going to show you. Okay. We're not in a trending market. We're trending sideways. We're grinding higher right now inside of this range. We're grinding back up to 4,200. But we're not trending like we were in 2020, 2021. All right, so I'll get off of that for right now and get back to things like Netflix. So swings, if you got into NVIDIA, Netflix back on March 27th, no, you're up 60 points. With a trailing stop, you're probably up, 30 on the first leg, 30 on the second leg, something like that. For day trading, for swing trading, I like to use the 4-hour chart for buy and sell signals. Just a preference because, you get the first leg up. It moves from 290 up to 350. So, all right, so you got 60 points right there. Pulls back into April. You get a buy signal right around 330, 365. You add 30, so they get 90 points on Netflix. I mean, even if you just had 10 shares, you did very well. All right, SPY's pulling back from the high. So we're looking for BNC. We're looking for BNC right now. No stress. If you get stressed out in the markets, it's probably because, number one, you have too much risk on. And number two, maybe you need a little bit more of me talking to you, telling you what you should be looking for or suggesting what you're looking for and pointing to some of the traders in the chat room that are looking at positions. Maybe you follow some of them. The good thing about the trading room is that I like to say it's not about me. I just provided the place for people to congregate that have similar ideas and similar personalities. But there's lots of good trades in the trading room. If you're only interested in, the style of maybe one trader, maybe you're looking at Rick, Lee Star, or maybe you're looking at anyone else. Maybe you like to follow Frano and Prism. I know a lot of you do. So, you can filter what you see or your alerts by just going up to your icon in the top right corner in Slack and just put into, I think it's under preferences, and just say who you want to get most of your alerts from. You'll get them from me by default when I post them. But there's lots of good traders in the trading room, different styles. I know Rob Hood likes to trade. I see Rob talking there. Rob Hood likes to trade the Kirby. I think you do, right, Rob? You trade the Kirby a lot. Volume by price, you see that on the side of my charts. So if you look at this chart, you can see volume by price. Okay, and where resistance is. Once we get above this level at 4,600, we'll be trading back up to all-time highs. Now, you can use this same technique for something like I was talking about it this morning, Charles Schwab. Okay, look at this Kirby over here. Okay, just this one technique. This is just one thing you can do as a strategy. We're all about strategies here. There is here's your resistance line right there. You see that where price is? Look at price right here. Look at where that is. Okay, just a little bit higher and it starts to get less and less resistance. Okay, this is where everything, all the trading that's occurred in the last 6 months, really the last 3 months, have been right in here. And where's the most of it? Right along here. So it makes sense that there's a memory zone where price is already traded. There are going to be people who want to take profits or enter positions once it gets above these levels, these pivot levels. So we look at these pivot levels like 55.97. That's a bag holder level. 52.80, 52.50. These are bag holder levels. These are people like us in Charles Schwab that thought back here in April it was going to break out and continue. So these people at 55.97 into these three candles, they're looking, some of them are looking to break even. So these bag holders will provide supply that's going to hinder price from making new highs. Once it gets through 56, then the next level is right around 59.68 or 60. Once it gets above 60, hallelujah, this thing's going to bolt higher because there's no trading that's occurred in there. So there's nobody to sell to you as it advances through 60. So that's the Kirby. Watch RSI. RSI will tell you the strength of this trend that we're currently in. Should I sell right now because I'm up 2 points? Or should I just hold this for a swing? Look at the volume, tells you if institutions are interested. Watch MACD. MACD is above its signal line. I will say right now, I wouldn't be buying into the highs on Charles Schwab. I'd be looking for consolidation because stochastics is embedded right now. But it looks like Charles Schwab over the next several weeks will probably be near 70, maybe about 3 months from now, if not sooner. It took 3 months to get down here. I like to use the rule of thumb twice as long to get back to where it came from. You know, elevator down, escalator back up, or stairs back up, whatever. Okay. Mr. Leventhal talking Thermo Fisher. There's a Thermo Fisher plant and headquarters down here in Myrtle Beach. Actually, it's northwest of Conway. All right, watching the markets. I hope my diatribe there doesn't upset people that have been here. They've heard me do this before, so if they're still here, that means it doesn't bother them for the most part. They just like tune me out, go to lunch, whatever. But for the newer traders, a handful of strategies can help you make a crap ton of money and lose as little as possible. If you just listen to what experienced traders, what mistakes we've made, and how we made our successes. You know, Leastar likes to use. Yeah, I knew that was you, Rob. Yeah, because occasionally you'll tell me, "Oh, it's in the Kirby." Schwab is about to do that, and probably in the next few weeks it'll get up above that level. But yeah, every trader in the room has a style. You know, we're all different. But the good thing about the trading room is that it's a lot of like-minded people. You don't have any idiots or assholes in the room, like I like to say. No big-headed people that think their way to do it is the way to do it. My way or the highway. We got rid of some. I won't say got rid of, but we had to ask someone to leave recently. It's only the second person that we've asked to leave since 2016. One other person that that a lot of people liked took their ball and went home. That was Crimson. I don't know why she got so upset with us, but she did. And who else was it? Anton left. I don't know what happened to Anton. I'm sure he got his feelings hurt by somebody or some bodies. Vanter left and came back. You're lucky to have Vanter in the room if you're a futures trader. You got a lot of good people in here. I'm not going to name everybody. If you're into programming, you need to check with Grover. LA is good too. LA likes to work on algos. Grover is really good at Thinkorswim scripts. I love Grover scripts, by the way. I don't make any money by mentioning them. I don't get a commission or anything, but it's a moneymaker. And if you can't afford it, you need to subscribe perhaps to TradingView, and you can use some of their scripts that are similar. They're not nearly as good as Grover's, but they're moneymakers. It takes a lot of the thinking out of it. You know, if you're watching 6 positions, you see a buy signal, go for it. Put a stop underneath the buy signal. If you'd done that on the SPY, you could have made a point and a half. Meta is about to go. You know what? Meta doesn't look like it wants to stop. Actually, Meta, I don't want to take it because it's more than 100% of its ATR. But you'll soon understand what I'm saying, that people in the trading room, you're all good at something. I pay attention to the trading room all day. I do look forward to your posts. I'll look at something that you may be looking at as well. I'll share with the room. I might not be interested in it, but that's okay. It's like a big family. And for those of you who just joined us, if you give it a few weeks, I'm sure you'll start to see what I'm talking about. We have a esteemed ex-broker that's with us. He's in his 90s, lives out in the Beverly Hills area. He throws in some good trades every once in a while. You know who he is, Farmer Jim. I hope you don't mind me mentioning your age. I think it's super. I hope that I'm trading at your age. It's just amazing that that we have such a good group of people. All right, I'm just sitting here yapping away. The markets are not going anywhere really fast. Just sideways. AMD broke out. AMD is above 120. AMD above 120. Yeah, Novissimo, when you discover your style, it's going to make a big difference. You know, whether you want to be a swing trader, I'm a swing trader when I need to be a swing trader. I'm a day trader when I need to be a day trader. Netflix. All right, let me go take a look at Netflix here. So anyway, Netflix, if you're trading on the daily time, I'm looking for that C pivot on Netflix. It looks like it's trying to form right now. Okay. Yeah, Farmer Jim's ex-broker, lives out in Beverly Hills. Yeah, discipline's a hard one.
He told us that the ratings agencies this time around are acting, quote, quite late and quite timidly.
If you have a political system that gambles this way with the creditworthiness of the nation and the full faith and credit of the country, it has no business in AAA land. Because what we're seeing now evolving, I think, is at least as severe as it was in 2011 in terms of the difficulty of finding a way out. And this is just not what you would expect, such a dysfunctional system of a country with the highest level of creditworthiness.
While the Fitch news seems to have a muted impact on the stock market today, volatility in prior episodes actually crept up closer to the deadline and actually beyond that deadline date. However, Treasury markets responded much earlier to the debt ceiling risks this time around than they have in prior debt ceiling episodes, Kevin.
That's surprising, actually. And you're right. They have, because we could potentially be a little ways off still. Leslie, thank you. Let's talk about the impact of government bonds.
Okay, we're ES is sitting right on the 105 right now, giving buy and sell signals back and forth as it moves above, moves below, moves above, moves below. Meta, I'd love to take a long on Meta on this dip, but it's extended. It's trading 105% of its ATR. Understanding ATR is a big deal as well. Like Meta, I'd be looking for some profit taking around 100%. Computers do it automatically. Algos do it automatically. That's your probabilities. If you're trading at 50% ATR and you got a buy signal, you know that there's a possibility of another 50% of that ATR. So if the stock trades like in Netflix, if it trades, say, let's see, Netflix currently has an ATR of $10.67. It's 70%.
And here in studio with Steve and I is Dan Greenhouse, Managing Director at Solus Alternative. Or is it with Steve and me? Is it with Steve and I?
Steve and I.
With Steve and me.
Not with I.
See, now that I have to teach my kids, I realize I have no idea. And the heavy hitters we have assembled here show the degree of seriousness with which we're now trying to treat all of this. So, Dan Greenhouse, let me just turn to you first. It's not that the AAA loss is that relevant per se, but we seem to be heading in without a plan into the deadline here.
Yeah, I mean, I actually disagree with the position of Fitch, as I did with S&P at the time. I think what you're seeing, what you are seeing is the political sausage being made, the proverbial sausage being made. And I don't know why a rating agency would be surprised that the debt ceiling would engender debate among political parties up on the Hill, and then conversely, why you would downgrade the U.S. as a result.
But should they downgrade our treasuries because we now have a 7% 1 week bill, implying a higher risk of default? I mean, it kind of from that point of view, it makes sense. They're just responding to the market.
Sure, except listen, the rates that forget the 1 month, 3 month, and 6 month bills that Steve brought up, in the next 1, 2, 3 weeks, let's say, a lot of that is a function of people positioning themselves to just not simply be in the bill that might have a delayed payment.
You're a banker, Dan, and the husband and wife come in and they
You were 93 a couple of days ago. Oh, it's your birthday? Happy birthday.
And there's certainly a higher rate being charged in the short term.
Not just short term, maybe. That's right.
What I'm saying is that 7% yield you're seeing in 2 and 3 week bills will go right back to where they should be, quote unquote, when this gets up. My point earlier about the rate.
Yeah, happy birthday, Farmer Jim. I didn't know it was your birthday. Cool. All right, watch Micron here. Micron about to break out.
Or now if there's more austerity to come in the government budget negotiation or whatever, if it's setting us up for, a GDP headwind that is going to be pretty significant, and this is just the beginning of pricing that in. So I know you're going to tell us everything's fine, Dave, but I just want to throw that out there.
Well, Kelly, I'm gonna just make sure you guys.
Yeah, Netflix. I'm looking for that C pivot. Still waiting for that C pivot. Micron is coming out of a squeeze. Micron coming out of a squeeze. All right, it's above VWAP. What's Micron's ATR? All right, so Micron, it's 148% of its ATR. So it gapped up. I'm not going to chase Micron here. I would only scalp it. So now we're waiting for 2 p.m. 2 p.m. Right around that time, you'll start to see institutions come in. Do they take profits? Do they hold? What do they do after 2 o'clock? I mean, we're at highs. Okay, SPY, what are you going to do now? When they come for you, SPY, let me see, SPY. Okay, SPY is trading 86% of its ATR. So we could see 415. That's a pivot level as well. So if you're always thinking probabilities, what's my probabilities? What's my ATR? I'm at 25% and I got an ATR of $10. I'm only up $2 right now. Stock's only up $2. It's got an ATR of 10. I'm at 20% ATR. I got a buy signal. Guess what? That's a good setup. If the markets are moving higher with you, add these things up. What about all the stocks in the group? With chip stocks, you know pretty much that they'll most likely be in play with what happened with NVIDIA, plus the fact that July is one of the strongest months of the year. June, July is usually the strongest months of the year for tech. Okay, seasonally speaking. All right, you put all these things together and understand what your probabilities are, you're going to do much better as a trader, as a investor. All right, here's seasonality. All right, so let's go look at QQQ. Actually, you know what? Let's look at tech in particular, XLK. What does that tell you? We had May. Look at June and July. June and July. The strongest month of the year is July. It does say November here as well, but generally, and you do have that towards Christmas. You also have a big month, but we're coming into June and July, strongest months of the year. Strongest months of the year. Now, if I go to, there's a site called equityclock.com, which you might want to reference. All right. This is a good reference. Equity clock. Let's see. You didn't see this, right? Okay. Here's your seasonality for XLK. All right. XLK. Seasonality for the last 5 years. June, July, strongest months of the year. And you got another one back in October, November. So tech, what about, in particular, semiconductors? Semiconductors for, look at that, 3 strong months, May, June, July. And what happened with NVIDIA? NVIDIA's been trending all of May, June, July. So knowing that, we can buy dips on a daily, on the 60-minute. We can scalp intraday on pullbacks to the 921 day, buy the dip. All this stuff should stack top to bottom. Okay, here's my probability. It looks good on the daily, the 60-minute, the weekly. Intraday, I got a nice pullback. I got a buy signal. I'm 50% of my ATR. I got the whole group moving together. I mean, if that doesn't make sense, maybe you just need to hear it over and over and over. AMD pulling back a little bit here from 120. We didn't think it was going to stay above 120 only because there's a lot of options that are trading there. SPY's about to go. If SPY gets to 415, I'd be taking some profits off the table. Okay, equity clock. Or while we wait, the markets are moving higher. I'm just going to share this with you real quick. Equityclock.com. Okay. Equityclock.com. Okay, this is really good. I'm going to show you why. Seasonality. Okay, you see these charts? This is like take a quarter, the edge of the quarter, turn it on its side, and then this tells you, okay, this side of the quarter on the edge during the months of April through November. What does that say? It says consumer discretionary. It says right here, looking for biotechs. Where's semiconductors? Technology into July, April through July. You see that right there? This sort of pinkish color. Okay, here's technology. And here's consumer staples and healthcare. this isn't 100% all the time, but you need to pay attention to these things that can help you. Time of year, what industries works the best. Okay, so this looks like a circle. Over here is January, over here is December. January on the left, December on the right. And it's just a cycle. Okay, so that's equityclock.com. All right, here goes SPY. SPY's on the move. Okay, pulling away from VWAP is what we look for. A move above 415 would be significant. Pulling away from VWAP, VWAP tilting up and to the right. There goes SPY, coming out of a squeeze, bouncing off of VWAP, volume coming in. All right, that's good. You know, I was talking about Shearson Lehman earlier, back in 1987 when he started trading. I was just blown away. I gave the guy $10,000. I said, okay, I'm going to give you 10, see what you can do with it. Do you know this guy doubled my money in like a month? I was floored. I was hooked. At that point, I was hooked. You can make $10,000 in a month? I was like, holy shit. And then the next time he was buying, I don't know what the hell he was buying. Oh, Magna International Auto Parts, coming out of the 87 crash into 88. Car parts and cars were doing well. That was a change back then when we had the, smaller cars. People got rid of their Bonnevilles, the big boats and stuff, big Cadillacs, had smaller cars. So a lot of auto parts manufacturers were doing well. And then he got into zero coupon bonds. And after about 3 months, this guy had me up to like $35,000. And I was just like, oh, this is unbelievable. And the funny part was $350 round trip. That was the commission. 350. So I had to make good money to pay that commission, but it was well worth it. Shearson Lehman Brothers. Those were the days, my friend. I thought they'd never end. Sing and dance to the music as it played. I just keep thinking about the 80s and how AI is going to like affect so many people. My grandmother, when she said the first time she saw, she just lived on a farm until she was like 110, I think it was, in Waycross, Georgia. First time she saw an airplane fly over her house, going to the airport. What is that? Jeez, man, how can you remember stuff like that? But technology just keeps getting better and better and better. I remember as a kid, my parents were freaked out. I used to watch the Jetsons, and my parents were freaked out. We're going to lose our jobs. We're going to lose our jobs to computers. And that was back then, the Jetsons flying around in their cars, living up in the sky. Under 30, AI is going to affect your lives. I can just imagine how it's going to affect my kids. So, with that in mind, I wrote a book for my kids that I talk about from time to time so that they can, learn this whole process of investing and trading from somebody they trust, their father. And many of you have read it too. What is he talking about? I'm just sitting here watching the markets. We had a huge run up. We got a flat VWAP. So whenever you look at a flat VWAP, you should tell yourself, okay, I'm not looking for a big move. I'm not buying 416 or 418 calls. I'm not buying way out of the money. That's ridiculous. I can buy something in the money, 414. If this breaks the 415, I can scalp the SPY calls for a nice profit for $1. If you're in the money, you're going to make close to 60, 70 cents for every dollar move in the SPY. Or you can trade the S&P 500, SPXW. I like to trade those too. calls. Sometimes you can buy, 10 handles out of the money, 20 handles out of the money, $2 on the SPY, and you make a really nice return on S&P 500 big cap SPXW options. Especially if you get nice buy signals like I'm watching on Meta. Meta's too overbought right now. It's 105% of its ATR. Netflix looks better if you're looking at those. Let me just go down the list and see what. So by comparison, NVIDIA's ATR is 615%. Its range for the day, 615% above normal, above average. AMD is 256%. So there's no way I would buy something up here at 256%. I'm looking to get an edge. The New York FANG index, it's trading 239% of its ATR. That's Apple, Amazon, all of the stocks as a group. If you're in Thinkorswim, I learned this from Grover. All you have to do is put it, let me show you. Easy to show you. $11 billion. Second quarter rev. That's crazy. That is crazy.
So is all the opportunity finally priced in now, or is this just the beginning of a wave of AI-related tech outperformance? That's the subject of today's Tech Check. Let's ask Deirdre Bosa. Hi, Deirdre.
Kelly, hear me out. I'm going to tell you why some are saying NVIDIA is not overvalued. Yes, it is nearing that $1 trillion club, as you just said. It is expensive, more expensive on a price-to-earnings multiple than any other chip maker or mega cap. But given that blowout guidance, it is actually cheaper than it was yesterday. Now, the expected earnings part of the equation went way up last night, beyond anyone's expectations. Even with today's surge in share price, that does not account for the explosive demand in AI that NVIDIA is expecting in enterprise and the consumer landscape. So one could actually look at the current action as a valuation dip. Last night, NVIDIA's calendar year 24 price-to-earnings ratio was about 50 times. Today, it's at about 40 times. 2025 PE was about 41 times going into the results yesterday. Today is at a more reasonable 30 times. Now, this stock chart says it all. The stock price is rising, but the price-to-earnings ratio plunged.
Learn something new every day.
Analysts call a guidance for the ages, and that is really the metric that many analysts typically look at to judge whether stock is expensive or not. Relative to other stocks, it's expensive. Relative to earnings ratio last night, it is not. Now, as for lateral AI and NVIDIA plays, this is an idea.
Learn something new every day. Quote from my late father. Learn something new every day, else you wasted a day. That's such a profound quote for somebody that never went to college. He was really bright. Do miss the guy. My kids would adore him. Died just before Katrina, kidney cancer, unfortunately. It happens. You're born and then you die. Hopefully you have a nice life in between, fruitful, but just living every day learn something new today. I just learned that my son can kick my ass at chess. He's at ELO at 1,000 and getting better. I can't believe the kid has just it just blew me away. Magnus Carlsen, I think, started learning at 8 years old, something like that. Lived, ate, and breathed. Chess. All right, we're breaking higher here. All right, so SPY is breaking out. SPY breakout.
And that arrives at an objective of about 409 for NVIDIA, which is of course above current levels. So I think that's all we have really to gauge.
There goes SPY. All right, so I would be taking. I'm going to take profits off into strength.
And yet, as we saw this gap up this morning, we did see the DeMarc indicators, which are counter trend indicators, flash sell signals on both the weekly bar chart and also the daily bar chart. So that hints at the fact that NVIDIA might be overdone, at least in the short term.
Maybe overdone, at least in the short term. And so let me make sure I'm understanding. You're right, Katie. So when you break out to new highs, it's kind of a generally bullish thing. You know, maybe there's some upside, like you said, in that kind of 409 area. But on a momentum basis, and this also makes
Okay, there goes SPY. Beautiful move on SPY. Thank you very much.
That's right. What we don't want to see, and this is typical of anything that gaps up after a very
Can we keep
strong
going here?
move, we don't want to see NVIDIA come back into that gap quickly. So today's low, which is right around 366 as it stands, today's low will define the upper boundary of the gap left on the daily chart of NVIDIA. We want to see NVIDIA hold up for several days above that upper boundary of the gap in order to essentially preserve the breakout and make it clear that the gap is not indeed exhaustive, which sometimes they are after
Microsoft, Meta. Okay, I'm out of Microsoft, out of Meta, out of the Qs. I still have some puts on the Qs from the straddle. The Qs blew it away. Thank you, NVIDIA. Out Micron, out AMD. Okay, I'm still bullish all of these positions. Don't get me wrong. I'm just taking profits off. Tomorrow probably won't be a big day. Oracle's on the move. Oracle on the move. I'm just taking positions off, reducing my exposure. Again, if you're trading 6 positions, it's a little bit harder, but 4 positions or 3 positions, easy to make $500 a day, especially if you know how to trade options. If you don't know how to trade options, over time, you're gonna pick up on it. We talk about it. If you're gonna buy an option, you want to try to get a 40 delta or a 50 delta. What that means to you, number one, you're close to the money. So the position like a SPY 40 delta call probably sets you back about $2 average when you got VIX at 19, about $2. When the stock when the index moves a buck, you're probably going to make about 60 to 70 cents. So, 3 calls cost you $600. You make $300 or $400 or more, and you're well on your way to an average of $250 to $500 a month, whatever your target is. $500 a month, $10,000, 500 a day, 10,000 a month. All right, so have some goals. You should have them written down. What's my goal? What will I not do? I will not chase. I'll always check ATR. Write these rules down. I'll always, like Lee Star, I'll always take a 50% retracement with a stop underneath 50% if it pulls back on me. I'll always use Batman patterns or reverse Batman pattern. Can you post the Batman pattern in the room, Lee Star, that you've done recently so people understand what the hell I'm talking about? There's just so many ways to cut this market and make an income, because all you're doing is trading the momentum that other big firms are producing for you. NVIDIA, let me see what NVIDIA looks like. Oh, NVIDIA is sitting on top of the moving average, but it's 615% of its ATR, so there's no way I'm going to touch AMD at this point. We took AMD. I had the 320 call. They were out of the money. They were toast going into earnings, and then boom, the thing took off this morning. $7,500 profit per contract. Just shake your head. That works really well. Anywhere from $5,000 to $7,500 per contract, depending on where you entered. Prior to earnings, let's see what Meta looks like. Meta's 105% of ATR still. Google is 140%. So all of the FANG stocks are overbought for the most part. Qs are 81%, 192%. Sorry, 192%, as you would expect. Netflix is 24% of its ATR. Is that right? $2 versus 10.6. All right, so I'm going to buy some Netflix here. Netflix is set up. Let me buy next week's calls. See if we can't get a gap up tomorrow. It's on a buy signal right now. Netflix. Next week's calls are 6.2. And the 48 Delta is $700 per contract. The 370 is a 43 Delta. I can handle that. All right, so $600 per contract. On the 370s or a 43 Delta, Netflix looking for a follow through. Stop 50 cents.
And the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made a surprise appearance at the Johns Hopkins University commencement. He appeared via virtual.
That's a 370 strike. You can also do the 372.50. That's 38. 372.50 is 5.
Coming up, 3 key names in earnings exchange. Did NVIDIA set the bar too high for Marvell? Can Costco deliver a big box speed? And
50 cent stop.
jump in sales. Can Ulta post a glowing quarter too? We'll answer that after this.
Okay, looking for a higher low. All right, so we're at the high here. Small for now. Okay, Netflix. All right, looking for that to follow through. Netflix on a buy on the 5-minute, 15-minute. All right, looking for a follow through. Okay, kind of quiet all of a sudden. All right, looking for a breakout. See if the Qs can push.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time for earnings exchange, and today we've got the action, the story, and the trade on Marvell, Costco, and Ulta. And the way that NVIDIA, let's start with Marvell, who shares the today. The street will be watching for any similar indications about AI. Tailwinds, inventory normalizations, shares are 5% right now. Morgan Stanley also watching its data center business, saying those prospects are compelling from here. While Wells Fargo knows that while Marvell thinks its China business will rebound, there's very little visibility into the timing of that recovery. So given the
Okay, Netflix starts to push higher here. I'll move my stop to flat.
We've been on the show since January discussing the semiconductor industry, the top idea, and why we think that the bear cycle ended last year. We maintain that. I think the relative strength of the industry, the broadness of it, and provide exposure to what we expect to be a rising market. So in terms of the broadness, Marvell has really just been the latest to break above its 200-day average, multiple closes above that price level for the first time in over a year. I think that indicates that the stock's prior downtrend has reversed. It's still going to be considered in its base at $49. That would be the breakout level. But my pullbacks, today's gap is now support at around $46.
All right, cool. 33. So it's not exactly expensive either. Let's move along to Costco now. It's one of the best performing staples of about 11% this year. It was a winner in the face of rising inflation, and Staples says it could also benefit as inflation cools by pushing price cuts that could increase brand loyalty. Staples, like many, also says Costco is overdue for a membership price hike. The last one was back in 2017. They're typically every 5 years. That said, the recent drop in oil prices could take out a chunk of its sales, and there's an overall spending slowdown to consider. Ari, what do you do with Costco?
Yeah, this is one where we see more mixed evidence. The stock has been in a narrowing range. It's been making both higher lows and lower highs for the better part of the last year. That's fine. The market's in a bear market, and it's trading poorly as it was last year. But you really saw this stock's relative strength break in December, while the rest of the market was beginning to strengthen. So as it stands right here, right now, we just simply see more attractive opportunities elsewhere, while Costco is below resistance at $510.
Better opportunity elsewhere. Okay, let's turn and see that Ulta is one of those places. Its shares are down about 7% since its last report in March. It blew earnings and comps out of the water in Q4 and issued stronger than expected full guidance. But Ulta also said it expects the beauty category to remain healthy, but to a more moderate typical annual growth rate. Baird, by the way, echoing this in their preview note, they expect to beat given signs of demand resilience. With spending softening, they're watching increasing competition, as well as Ulta's expansion plan of 25 to 30 new stores this year. Is this a buy for you?
This is a buy. This is where we see opportunity, and also rated outperformed by Oppenheimer's own Rupesh Parikh, one of the best retail analysts on the street. The stock's down about 13% from its high. And there's two reasons based on our work while we think this weakness is viable. First off, stock's coming off a new cycle high in market tape, let's put it that way. So we see that as an indication of relative strength, and this pullback has brought the stock into the bullish slope of its.
Okay, here's Netflix. You can see it's in the upper half of its Bollinger Bands. Note the Bollinger Bands are starting to open up and prices starting to move higher. We're on a buy signal on Netflix. All right, Netflix on the move here. All right, so you got A, B, C, and we're looking for D now.
I would say more likely to break higher. I see a market from a period of broad-based selling last year. Selling has gotten more concentrated. We're seeing pockets of the market that have started to work. And even thinking about some of these large cap growth stocks that have become near-term overbought, that's not where the issue is. The issue is elsewhere. What's holding it back? On a market pullback, it's the areas of relative weakness, which are the losses that aren't necessarily recouped. That you can buy relative strength on pullback. You buy NVIDIA, semiconductors on pullback. So if you're worried about market breadth, I'd be looking at value areas and elsewhere in the market. I think, generally speaking, though, that growth does pull the rest of the market higher.
All right, Ari, thanks. Appreciate your time today. Ari Wall.
Thank you.
Still ahead, it's been a tough time to be a REIT as the Fed's rate cuts take a big hike out of expected returns in the sector, and office challenges remain. But there are some REITs in the green still, like this one, up 11% since Jan 1. We'll reveal it and see who's faring the best and worst on the other side of this break.
All right, so I'm watching Netflix buy signals. On the 5-minute and the 15-minute, we got the 15, 30, and 60 are giving us green signals. The only problem is the markets aren't following through yet. Like to see a pop here. All right, it'll help us a great deal if the indices can push higher as well. All right, Netflix not following through. Baba breaking out. Yeah, thank you, Lee Star.
Welcome back. Welltower was our mystery chart. It's one of the REITs actually posting a gain so far this year. It focuses on housing for seniors and health systems. Diana Olick is here with a look at some of the other winners and losers, of course, in today's real estate sector nomics. Diana?
Well, Kelly, you got rising interest rates, sky-high office vacancies, and other concerns in the broader commercial real estate market. So, big shock, the sector continues lagging the S&P 500. So far this year, it's down over 4% compared to the S&P's 8% gain. When you take a look at the worst individual performers, there aren't many surprises. Office landlord Boston Properties is the worst performer, down almost 30% since the start of the year, and still hovering near its lowest level since 2009. Medical property managers Healthpeak and Alexandria are also firmly in the negative territory this year, as is cell tower REIT SBA Communications. On the other hand, there are a few key outperformers in the beat-up sector. Healthcare real estate giant Welltower, which you just saw, is the top gainer, up over 10%. And we've also seen notable gains in two of the residential rental players. Invitation Homes is up over 10%. That company focuses on single-family home rentals. And on the apartment side, Avalon Bay is hanging on to gains as well because, Kelly, there's a lot of rental demand.
I don't know if you caught Don Peebles yesterday, Diana. He was a little more cautious about multifamily, and maybe because of the supply glut that's coming. But, and I've heard this from a few different people, could those gains become losses?
Yeah, I mean, we have more units under construction coming into the market this year than we have in over 20 years. And so there's concern about that because a lot of it is what they call A-level stuff. That is the top tier apartments, the more expensive ones, where that's not exactly where all the demand is. We need more affordable housing. So that may be the concern in the market. But for single family rentals, which these REITs are about, there is still very strong demand.
All right, people will take strength where they can get it. Diana, thanks. Diana Olick. Still ahead, the presidential kickoff for Florida Governor Ron DeSantis didn't go quite as planned on Twitter last night. We'll dig into what the glitchy event means for both DeSantis' bid and for Twitter's viability as a town square. That's next. And throughout May, CNBC is celebrating Asian American and Pacific Islander heritage with stories of some of their influential business leaders. Here is EVO Chief Revenue Officer Tanvi Chaturvedi.
Growing up in an Asian household, my parents have instilled values of hardship, believing in myself, and giving back to community. And I've charted my career based on those values. I have taken up opportunities where historically there has been a very low representation of women.
All right, looking for a follow through.
Mentorship.
All right, SPY trying to make new highs here. Watching the Netflix. Oracle, did you see Oracle's chart? Big reversal today on Oracle. Pull back for 3 days. Blast back up to the upside. Thank you, NVIDIA. Netflix looking for that follow through day and a close near 370 or higher. AI is going. All right, looking for SPY to push a bit higher.
That's more than you would get in any other type of announcement. So I do think stretching, oneself and doing these kinds.
Yeah, I'm not interested in what you guys have to say about politics. Let me go to Ameritrade.
Total profitability is negative. If you look at net income, it's down 2.5% over the last year. So something is really wrong. Either they have too high of operating expenses, their cost of goods sold are too high, they've got inventory mismatches, wholesale.
Netflix, if it doesn't start moving soon, I'm going to go ahead and take it off.
There's a lot going on. And I think maybe they're reluctant to decrease prices to offload some inventory. So I just see challenges. And that's what I'm trying to say here. When you look at Urban Outfitters, just for example, their gross margins are much lower. They're about 29% of sales, but their net income is 5%. So they're able to increase volumes, lower prices. They don't necessarily have the same pricing power that maybe Gap does. But
All right, Netflix, I'm out.
so
Minus 50 cents.
Post earnings for Urban, you saw a nice move to the upside. So I'm not saying that it can't happen here for Gap. I'm just saying that the trend is still down, and the probability that the trend will continue is still going to be much higher than the likelihood of a reversal. And if we do see a reversal, it's probably going to be a multi-quarter reversal. You probably won't see a V-shaped bottom at a company like this versus, again, maybe a company like NVIDIA, which demonstrated obviously a V-shaped bottom back in October of last year.
Yeah, George, I think margins are something that's really important that you mentioned. I mean, you look at this company, though, and Gap isn't cheap, the namesake brand. If you go online, it's always more expensive than you would perhaps think. Athleta's not cheap. Banana Republic's not cheap. Old Navy is, of course, the more discount of the group, but Old Navy, they put so much of their focus on Old Navy, and that was boding well for quite some time. Old Navy's fallen out of favor, though, so it's sort of like, what is the consumer appeal? Because at least Urban Outfitters right now is still, I would say, more relevant among consumers. But
Netflix, I'm out. Minus 50 cents. It's not going anywhere.
in this environment, doesn't seem like they're doing that, but we'll get more clarity, of course, when they report today after the closing bell. I think really good points, though, for a name that has just been somewhat lackluster, to put it lightly, in Gap shares, of course. George Tillis, senior markets correspondent for the network. That also does it for Alex and myself for Next Gen Investing. Coming up next, we have the watch list with Nicole Pedalides.
Opportunities can be hard to find, like catching lightning in a bottle. In uncertain times, it's tempting to retreat or simply wait and see. At CME, we empower those who act. We deliver tools to help manage risk and capture opportunities in every market climate, across every major asset class, to seize each possibility at precisely the right moment. CME Group, opportunity is everywhere.
Many traders may be willing to take on additional risk in pursuit of aggressive growth in their portfolio. More power to them. But if you're looking for a less risky alternative, you might want to consider checking out our income investing course. In the income investing course, you'll explore investing strategies designed to generate regular income and preserve capital. First, we'll delve into risk and return preferences. You will learn about the different ways to allocate a portfolio and create a payment schedule. Then we'll take a deep dive into the assets commonly held in income portfolios: dividend stocks, bonds, equity REITs, and cash. You'll also learn about routines for managing a portfolio over time. Along the way, you'll watch videos, take quizzes, and perform paper trades to practice your new skills. So if you're looking for an edge, consider your education. Head to the Education tab on Thinkorswim for the income investing course and a whole lot more.
Let's walk through how to analyze a company's financials on Thinkorswim. To get started, go to the Analyze tab and select Fundamentals.
All right, markets are just sitting here chopping around. We hit a high of around, the Q's around 340.25, the lows around 339.50. So basically a dollar range in the Q's right now since, what is that, at 12:20 p.m. We haven't been moving much. Okay, pushing back up now. I All right, starting to push a bit higher now. All right, there we go. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now we're breaking out. Oh, look at this move.
Extreme high tick alert.
TD Ameritrade Network has arrived at the New York Stock Exchange new location with access to the biggest newsmakers in Wall Street, bringing you in-depth.
All right, SPY, take some profits in the string.
Do not miss our exclusive interviews with CEOs, bell ringers, traders, and stock pickers, keeping you informed as you navigate your investments. Don't miss Trading 360 at 11 a.m. Eastern and the watch list at 2 p.m. Eastern, live from the New York Stock Exchange, only on the TD Ameritrade Network.
Tesla on the move. Watch
Extreme
Tesla.
high tick alert.
Watch Tesla here. Going. Tesla's going.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the watch list. I'm Nicole Penalidis. It's 2 p.m. Eastern time. We're coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange. We've had some back and forth action for the week. Only the NASDAQ is higher at this point because, of course, the NASDAQ being held.
Tesla on the move. Nice pop there on Tesla. VIX dropping off. I don't know what happened there.
2 hours left in the trading session. The Dow has been lower, but it's turned around in the green now, up 48 points.
Okay, Biden saying he put together a package to freeze spending for 2 years. Yep, I got the same thing. All right, that's a nice pop to sell into. Good job there. Good job selling into strength. VIX a little bounce now. Looking for it, Tesla to keep going. 185 call wall breached. Tesla. All right, they just gave back all of that pop there. Tesla.
But listen, 2014, that was an interesting year because Amazon had actually launched its own smartphone.
Tesla go time here.
Phone, and it was on the AT&T network, but they scrapped it later on due to weak sales. And so this, I guess, gives Amazon another chance at creating a wireless network, Nicole. Yeah, and all the other telecom names are lower because of this news. I think it's very interesting. So Dish could sell this wireless plan through Amazon, and what happens? And you see Verizon, and you see AT&T, and you see T-Mobile, all with down arrows today. They don't like it one bit. Let's see what happens. Thank you so much. Good to see you, Rennie J. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on here and talk about the bigger picture. Adrienne Yamaki's with us, founder of Strategic Wealth Capital. Let's start with what's going on or what's not going on with the debt ceiling. June 1st is the so-called deadline. Our perfect credit, our U.S. AAA credit, Fitch has put on negative watch. What are your thoughts?
So it's really interesting to see what's going to happen. Fundamentally, it's a budget disagreement, and it's in the papers constantly. And at the end of the day, there is a lot of political posturing because each side needs to show they're fighting for their constituents. But this is not something that's going to be easily resolved to everyone's satisfaction within a week. That said, politicians are very aware of much broader risks internationally if we do default on our debt. The Treasury is the risk-free rate. It's also the instrument broadly that other financial instruments are measured against. So given the larger pressure, it seems more likely that a resolution is going to have to come sooner rather than later. But until that happens, markets are just going to be very jittery as people are looking very closely.
Right. So as we see this, and it's not happening anytime soon. I mean, tomorrow's Friday. I don't really think they're going to come out and tell us, oh, we saw
Monday's a holiday. 100%.
Yeah, Monday's a holiday. I just don't really feel it coming, the big breaking news coming right now. That being said, the markets have had a lot of volatility.
Come on, Tesla. Let's go. Okay, let's watch Tesla for a minute. Tesla. Let's go with Tesla for a minute. Let's see what this looks like. It looks like it wants to break higher above this pivot. It's above the call wall right now. Okay, 185 is the call wall. $190 is the next level.
They've been very successful in tamping down the inflation. It was the peak at almost 9% last year, and now it's about half of that. That the labor market is also showing signs of abating. So those moves were very, of course, the Fed is a lagging indicator.
Come on, Tesla, let's go. Let's break out. Looking for Tesla to break out. Looking for a Tesla breakout. All right, Tesla. Waiting for Tesla. Looking for Tesla to break out here. The high earlier was right around 187 or so. Tesla, 190 is the next call wall. We're above the 185 call wall, so that gives us an opportunity to address the 190 call wall. Doesn't mean we'll get there, but 190 seems doable. We got a hammer or a hanging man candle on the daily. We had a doji past 2 days at a gravestone doji on Tuesday, a doji on Wednesday, and now we've got a long-legged doji or a hanging man today. So trying to get through this 185 level. There's a lot of call volume in this area, so people will be taking profits above this area. That provides supply that keeps prices from bolting higher. If we do bolt higher, we could see some more profit taking into strength. Watching SPY. If we can get a nice little bounce here and get more news out of the White House about the debt ceiling going into the weekend. Biden, House Representative Speaker McCarthy, and I have had several productive conversations. They said that the last few days too, and every time it results in we're not making any progress. We're no closer to a deal. Come on, Tesla. Looking for Tesla to break out. All right, SPY's going, so that'll help. That'll help. Here goes SPY moving higher. Okay, Tesla should go here. I'm looking for Tesla to go. Go, go, go. Go, 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 go. Come on, SPY's going to do it. Okay, there we can do it. Go, go, go. Go, Tesla, go. Go, Tesla. All right, here we go. Tesla's starting to pressure up against that level. We should break out here. We should break out. Tesla should break out. SPY and the Qs are providing additional tailwinds for most stocks that are set up. We're pulling away from an upward sloping VWAP. It's no longer flat. Higher highs, higher lows. Looking for this break to the upside and test this high. We're above the 185 call wall, so that should get us to 190. Potentially. There's no guarantees in this market. We were looking for Netflix to follow through. What is Netflix doing now? Probably broke higher now that I'm not in it. Netflix. Nope. All right, so it did move lower. All right, so Netflix, I got out of the way. I got stopped out 50 cents. The more positions you take, now I just got finished saying don't take a whole lot of positions, but the more times you trade, so I'm in and out of Netflix. The point I'm trying to make is not every trade is going to work. You get a buy signal, you take the shot, you have a stop. If it doesn't work, you quickly know I'm out 50 cents. That's okay. But now I'm looking for Tesla. So that's another shot. Tesla is another shot for a potential trade that's going to work. Still trying to keep it open positions to a smaller number, easier to manage. Last thing I want to do is have a dozen positions open and options and then carry those over into tomorrow. Who the hell knows what's going to happen overnight? I'd rather be taking profits off into strength, half dozen positions, The winners keep hanging on to those and then looking for the next levels on the call wall. And losers like Netflix, just I'm done. But it could bounce again. So we'll watch Netflix as well. AMD starting to bounce. That's 200% of its ATR, so I won't trade that. Tesla is Tesla's 55% of its ATR. So there you go. Tesla, good example. Biotech's taking a breather the last few days. Biotech's. Let's take a look at rotation. Okay, so let's look at rotation. A week ago, we looked at this, and I told you that tech was still hanging in there. Communications was hanging in there. Okay, here is the S&P 500 sectors. All right, so you can see tech. Now you can see tech. You can see tech and communications are holding the right side, right upper quadrant. That's leading sector. XLY has gone from improving into the leading sector. Okay, we're looking for these. Let's look at the daily and update that. Okay. So there is the daily. And we can scrub this. You can see how the sectors rotate. Mini rotations. MINI, mini. But you can see how communications, tech, and consumer discretionary, XLY, are staying in the top right quadrant. So I want to focus on those sectors. XLI, you can see XLI blue right at the x-axis. It's trying to stay above going into this week, but it tapered off. Financials doing the same. Look at XLE over here. I don't know if you can see it. It's in the left margin. XLE trying to improve. Okay, no follow through on Tesla. All right, Tesla looks like it wants to go. So, all right, so that's rotation right now. So tech, communications, consumer discretionary. Consumer discretionary, Tesla is considered consumer discretionary / tech. Okay, it's helpful if the indices move higher as well. But no follow through. So most likely everything's going to pull back in a little bit.
JP Morgan tells 1,000 First Republic staffers that they'll lose their jobs. So again, a report that JP Morgan tells 1,000 First Republic staffers that they will lose their jobs.
Thousands of business leaders ask whether they're seeing trends in prices among purchasing managers, and this continues to fall. The interesting thing about the PMI, and you can see it in the chart, it tends to lead actual inflation by 6 months pretty consistently for many, many, many years. So it gives us a good leading indicator of where overall inflation may be. Now in Europe, the PMI for prices suggests that Eurozone inflation may fall from around 7% now to close to the target of 2%. Not so true for the U.S., though. The PMI data this week suggested the pace of inflation may flatten out over the next 6 months, may not drop below 3%, could keep the Fed from cutting rates later this year.
So if the ECB does not need to keep hiking rates, if these numbers actually are right, and you actually see the deceleration, disinflation happening, and then the ECB is not forced to raise again, maybe that'll be a hint to the Fed to say, hey, look what's going on over there. Do you think that that might be a global story in that way?
Yeah, I think so. I think if we can start to see more downward pressure or more of a rapid drop in inflation, where it's been very sticky, like in Europe, in England, a few other places around the world, where we've really seen mainly food prices holding inflation.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
Too much. This would give them the ability to pause. Again, I don't think it means they're going to cut rates later this year, but it could mean that we don't see as much of a rate hike. Currently, the market's pricing in 2 more 25 basis point rate hikes by the ECB. If we don't get those, that might mean a little bit more of a friendly environment for businesses operating, better earnings outlook, and maybe valuation outlook in Europe, helping to support the outperformance we're seeing there.
Yeah, and when you talk about what's going on in the outperformance, back to the Japan story, I mean, you've noted that to us, looking that we should be looking internationally, and we've seen the outperformance of Japan over the U.S., and now could be a possible hedge, as the Nikkei, by the way, is already demonstrating that people are looking that way. I thought it was interesting when I was going through your notes that Denmark, there's so few countries that actually have a debt ceiling, but the Denmark story is they have a debt ceiling. They don't talk about it 22 times. It's not a thing. They have one, but it's certainly not a thing over all these years. I mean, the picture's so different.
Really is. It's the only other developed country in the world with a debt ceiling. There's a few others like Namibia and Malaysia and Poland, but Denmark has a debt ceiling, but it's said it's so much higher than the country's spending. It really has imposed a constraint. Denmark's central government debt is only about 14% of the ceiling, which is giving them a whole lot of headroom, whereas we give ourselves just, we nudge it up a little bit each time, and that's why we have to come back year after year after year and raise this debt ceiling. Not a problem elsewhere in the world, just demonstrating how the U.S. just runs this high-stake gamble kind of every year or every other year about raising the debt ceiling, something we really don't see anywhere else in the world.
I just can't get over it. I can't get over it when I look at this. When you think about that, we went through this 22 times, and they doubled it once, and they don't talk about it. And for us, it comes up over and over again, and all the political posturing and theater, and really just basically, roils our markets. All right, thank you for that.
It really does. Yeah, it creates a lot of volatility. My pleasure. Great to see you, Nicole.
Wonderful to see you. Have a great weekend. Thank you, Jeffrey Kleintop. All right, NVIDIA's move is today's focus for our next guest. Daniel Newman, Principal Analyst, Future Research, up nearly 30% on the earnings. The market cap almost $1 trillion. I saw it's 3 times the gain that we're seeing, $220 billion. That market cap is 3 times that of Micron. It's 2 times that of Intel. I mean, people are just trying to put it into perspective. I mean, it's massive, right?
Yeah, I was in shock, but not in shock because of this AI move. I actually wrote an op-ed well over a year ago that said NVIDIA would be the next $1 trillion market cap company. I did think that would be tied to an ARM deal, but I knew that the AI movement was going to be significant. I also said last year when NVIDIA was under 140, I went on the record and said, this is going to be a tremendous opportunity because AI is going to be the future. And this was before this massive generative move came on, but we had to see this coming. Greater productivity, and at the same time, cost efficiencies. It's one of the best things for earnings ever, and of course, NVIDIA is the first beneficiary.
Right, and so we're seeing all the chip names moving higher. That probably is not, because it's not a blanket thing. I mean, NVIDIA does certain things that the other chip makers do not. I mean, what is there? Obviously, they have a moat, and they are winning the AI arms race, right?
Well, so there's training and inference, and NVIDIA has almost a monopoly on the training part of the business. And right now, they also have a system that includes not just the compute or the GPU, but they have the full system. They have the frameworks. They have the software. They have CUDA, which is is what all of these developers are going to build AI solutions on top of. And right now, you can be sure that this massive upside to guidance. It's the hyperscalers and the largest enterprise in the world want to get their hands on all of the possible GPU and compute power to be able to take advantage of AI. It's like an open field right now that's about to become a flourishing development. Companies are trying to figure out exactly what they're going to do. Even while Google and Microsoft are figuring out how to monetize this new GPT capability and these large language models, you have to buy all this infrastructure, and NVIDIA is the company right now. And so then the question is, where are the next opportunities, Nicole?
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. I mean, no one's doubting Jensen Huang. I mean, I've heard so much cheering for Jensen today, more than ever before. I mean, didn't you hear Elon Musk's interview where he talked about his own AI, right? We talk about ChatGPT and OpenAI and all these things. I mean, he sort of was alluding to the fact that Tesla has, wasn't he alluding to the fact that Tesla has a fantastic AI platform and buying it is the best ever?
Well,
is he hiding something great?
I have no idea what Elon may have up his sleeve. What I can say is these large language models, whether it's the ones we have heard most about, like Bard and ChatGPT, or if it's the stuff we hear about from Hugging Face and some of these other open source providers, these are the beginning. And all of these models, they cost an immense amount of money. You're talking hundreds of millions of dollars to train. And that's to get the hardware. And of course, there's a lot of time and resource and data science that has to go into this thing. And so there is a lot of cheering for Jensen. And like I said, you look at the guide and you say, he wouldn't guide up to 11 if he didn't have a very clear line of sight to this. And this to me means that whether it's Meta, whether it's the large hyperscalers that I've mentioned, Google and Amazon and Microsoft, but they are going to buy all of the compute power possible right now to make sure that as this continues to proliferate, they're able to benefit. Companies like Intel, a lot of inferencing gets done on CPUs. Companies like Qualcomm, a lot of inferencing will need to be done at the edge. I think AMD is going to have a GPU product that is difficult. But right now, NVIDIA has the whole solution in a box, and they're able to have a ton of pricing power, and everyone is buying every part they possibly can from NVIDIA to try to get this.
Yeah, I mean, we know that they're partnering with major OEMs, and that's been a big part of it, the world of autos. And so, I mean, is there anybody who's second or a close second in your mind?
I don't think there is right now. Now, I did publish an op-ed where I did say there are some other companies that are very interesting. I think IBM's got a very interesting play in enterprise AI. I think ServiceNow has a very interesting
Back below the call wall, Tesla. Looks like I'll have to try again later. I'm here with you. I'm just eating lunch.
Service families and those who have passed. All right, here's a look at winners and losers.
Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade is more than a trading platform. It's an entire trading experience.
Noting NYMEX WTI crude July futures settle at $71.83 a barrel. So also seeing nat gas June futures settle at $2.30, gasoline June futures at $2.67, and diesel June futures at $2.34.
That's where we come in, discussing strategies and example trades on Trading Game.
Take control of your financial future. Next Gen Investing, weekdays at 1 p.m. Eastern, only on the TD Ameritrade Network. Watch this
This can help you keep track of securities you're interested in. To add a watch list to the left sidebar, select the plus sign, then watch list. When the default list appears, select the name box, then create watch list. Enter a watch list name. To begin adding securities, enter a ticker symbol in the symbol box, then select enter. Continue adding all the symbols you want in your watch list, then select save. The existing list is replaced by the new one. You can also create watch lists from the Market Watch tab. After creating a watch list, you can add symbols to it from different locations across the platform. From the Charts tab, select the list icon and then add to watch list. From the Scan tab, right-click a security and then add to watch list. And that's how you make a watch list. For more demos on how to think or swim, head to the Education Center on tdameritrade.com.
I'm Nicole Fedelides, coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange every single market day.
Low tick alert minus 800. Extreme low tick alert.
All right, so put that idea off for a while. We're not popping to new highs. Most stocks are responding in kind, pulling back, so I'm just going to wait.
The Dow Jones Industrial Average, which did tire a short time ago back in the red, it is down 28 points at 32,767. And the small caps, the Russell, down 0.75%. By the way, we are seeing energy, industrials, consumer discretionary lower, while tech, communication services, and real estate are higher. Ben Lichtenstein is with me, senior futures contributor. All right, 90 minutes left in the trading day. I just saw that McCarthy said that he's going to let everybody go for a recess, but a recall could be, possible, that they are making some progress. All right, so that's that. What are you watching pertaining to these numbers?
Well, definitely keeping a close eye on negotiations, Nicole. I think everyone is, for the most part, as we head into the end of the day, but we're also keeping a very close eye on the NASDAQ, which has been strong on a tear today after NVIDIA, better than expected earnings, quarterly results, and not only quarterly results, but also the guidance. Now, in terms of the NASDAQ, I saw the futures up and through 14,000, Nicole. I mean, we've been watching 2% gains here across the board. There you can see the strength coming into play, and, again, this is just really adding to the move up that we've seen off the end of March lows. Again, talking the futures back up and through 12,000 throughout the month of March, April taking back 13,000, and now again this next major hurdle. So watching that, but it's sort of a mixed session across the board in terms of the indices. I mentioned again the tech heavy index is really the major focal point here today, also in positive territory.
All right, we'll continue to pull back.
And the Russell, which are negative here today, interestingly enough. All this comes with rates, which are on the move as well. Nicole, very busy day for investors and traders, to say the least. There's multiple focal points in addition to the debt ceiling discussions. But hey, don't lose sight of the fact that we've got some numbers due out tomorrow, some earnings today, and I think the primary focus as we head into the end of the week will be inflation data, personal income, and spending. That's out tomorrow morning.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Today after the bell, Gap, Costco, Ulta, Marvell, Workday, Restoration Hardware, now known as RH. Tell me about other things that you're watching. We know the dollar has been creeping higher. Rates, something you're watching closely?
Yeah, rates for sure. Again, not only in terms of tying back to some of the comments we heard from Fed officials earlier this week, anticipation of the June meeting, but yields 3.8%. The dollar's starting to take note of, and it's on the way higher as well. Back to the middle of the range we saw last year to 104 after recently trading down to 100. Basically 100 spot 50. in the middle of that 100 handle. Ultimately, though, keeping a close eye not only on rates fueling that move up in the U.S. dollar, but you have the yen to a new low for the year, the Chinese yuan. Also, again, reflection of what we've seen in terms of Asia-Pacific currencies as of recent is also coming off here. Lots to keep an eye on, though, in terms of currencies. Ultimately, the ripple effect that strong U.S. dollar has. We've watched crude come off, gold come off, Nicole. So, yeah, multiple products on the radar here as we head into the end of the week.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. Thank you for all of that, Ben Lichtenstein. Good to see you. Thanks. Memorial Day weekend is unofficially starting. Summer is on. What are your travel plans? Well, we want to hear what our next guest has to say. Joining me right now, Lindsay Roschke, lead travel hospitality analyst at Morning Consult. It's good to speak with you. A day or two ago, I saw a stat through March, okay, so it's not the most current, but it basically made me feel like the world is out there because it said through March, 752 billion miles had been driven. And so it was only 1 billion short of the record, which was back in 2019. So I have to presume we're looking at records. Are we looking at records? I mean, how busy Memorial Day weekend will be?
That sounds about right. This Memorial Day weekend is going to be a very busy one for the travel industry. I think we're continuing to see that kind of pent-up demand from the pandemic, from people staying home. Last year was a busy one, and it's looking like this year is going to be even more so. Air traffic is predicted to exceed pre-pandemic levels. Road trips are projected to be up since last year. If you recall, gas prices were slightly higher last year than they are now. So it looks like people really want to get out there, and that means us travelers are going to experience probably some long lines, some traffic, and need to pack a bit of patience on our trips.
Yeah, well, the whole thing is managing, right, without a doubt, pack your patience, but also managing. All these businesses need to manage the folks that are traveling. So, I mean, if you want to take a flight, it's very expensive, but you're hoping that they're not canceling or delaying those flights, and so on and so forth.
That's exactly right. And it looks like there is no severe weather at the moment. That's where you would likely see the most disruptions, but it doesn't look like it's going to be disrupting anything kind of nationwide.
All right, markets are just sitting here. Pull back. Looks like somebody took some profits off. Another bear flag. Nope.
Brent crude futures setting at $76.26 a barrel. That's down $2.10 or 2.68% on the session.
This stream is sponsored by Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
Tesla's still dealing with that 185 call strike. 185 calls, very large. Oracle's been pretty strong today. Oracle making higher highs, higher lows, running the 9 and 21 EMA. Bear flags by Qs. Most stocks are showing a weakness at the moment. Tesla pulling back below VWAP.
Low tick alert minus 800.
More downside. All right, so we get stocks that are showing buy signals, and they quickly give us sell signals. Most everything is giving us sell signals right now, so that's telling you to be cautious or look for bearish plays. Or what I'm looking for are reasons to look for a push to the upside. SPY 415 doesn't look like we'll get there again, but until all stocks are giving us buy signals, right now they're giving us sell signals. So I'm not trying longs at the moment, just waiting out the market. It's 2:45. Day has flown by. NVIDIA was the big move today. We had lots of profits. Micron, AMD, LRCX, lots of stocks. ServiceNow popping the upside. Boeing's back up above 200. It's up $1.63. Boeing's been disappointing. It's hasn't broken down, but lots of earnings potential, signing lots of contracts, but just can't get out of this 200 zone and get above 222. No reason to sell it, but other than the fact that it hasn't gone anywhere for 3-4 months. Let's see, robotics ETF on the earnings, that's higher. Intuitive Surgical is the number one weighted stock in the BOTZ AI ETF. Number 2 is NVIDIA. The banks are holding up fairly well. Morgan Stanley's up $1.20. Still off of that 90 level, needs to get back above. Goldman Sachs trading at the highs of the day. Goldman Sachs at 324.06. Bear flag breakdown. Bear flag breakdown. Break it down. We're still up $7 on the day on the Qs. Break it down some more. All right, Tesla below VWAP. Goldman Sachs at the high of the day. Banks, Goldman Sachs. All right, just scanning through stocks. More bear flags expected, anticipated. All right, there goes Goldman Sachs breaking out to new highs. Goldman Sachs, the banks, maybe we get something going there. A little rotation into the banks. The banks are trying. I was showing you this rotation earlier. You can see financials right here trying to move into the improving sector. You can see XLRE over here on the left panel. Okay, there's XLE, you can see. Communications, tech, and consumer discretionary. 3 sectors are leading. 1 is improving. Financials look like they're going to rotate in. Watching financials here. Rotating in. Another couple of days, we should rotate in. And you can see the length of these tails for XLU, XLP. These are defensive sectors. Moving lower, lagging, XLU, XLP. You can see the length of those tails. Very obvious. That's telling you weakness persists in those sectors. Q starting to bounce. All right, so we saw the sector rotation. Tesla is still sitting here. All right, Goldman Sachs. Let's take a look at the banks. Goldman Sachs. Okay, we haven't had anything to say good about the banks lately. Goldman Sachs moving higher. Goldman Sachs moving higher. We go look at the daily. Okay, so looks good on the short time frames. Goldman Sachs is turning the corner, trying to bounce off of this 320 level. It needs to get above, for starters, needs to get above all these moving averages, then test the 200-day and then get above 340. That's a lot to do before I'm really interested. Day trades, maybe to the upside, that continues, but Palantir being talked about. Todd talking about Palantir. Yeah, that's nice, right? I was looking for it to pull back to 1050.11. Didn't happen. So that's telling you that Kathy and others are still buying this one. Okay, looking at earnings for tonight. Costco tonight. You guys are talking about Costco. We have Big Lots tomorrow. Autodesk, Costco, Ulta, Marvell, Workday, Deckers, Gap. A lot of retail tonight. Should tell us a lot about what we can anticipate for other retailers. Domo and Silver Corp. Tomorrow, Friday, we got Big Lots, Hibbett Sports. Okay, so that's what we have tomorrow on deck. We got Costco tonight, along with Autodesk and Ulta. Goldman Sachs still pushing. It's got a lot of work to do, Goldman Sachs, if you're interested in it. Netflix, that one quickly told us that it wasn't ready. All right, so more of a flat VWAP kind of day. We're below VWAP on Netflix. Tesla pulled back. AI, looking for that to get back to where it once belonged. Get back, Jojo. All right, AI, looking for a move back towards 30.
So seeing from a statement here, the Iraqi oil ministry says discussions with the Saudi companies, including Saudi Aramco, about gas and oil investment have not reached a final agreement.
This stream is sponsored by TickStrike. TickStrike allows you to actually hear order flow futures, forex, and stock instruments. Get a free trial at tickstrike.com.
It's great to see you both. Thank you for a preview for next week's print and what's been going on in the labor market at this point. Ben Ayers, senior economist at Nationwide, and Chris Shugan, CEO of Helios. Thank you both. And as Memorial Day is upon us, I just wanted to take a moment to thank all.
All right, still looks like a bear flag on the SPY and the Qs. Tesla still pulling back, no follow through. All right, so that one got rejected at the 185 call wall, dropped back below. Tesla, no follow through. So a lot of breakouts failing today. That tells you to be cautious. I wouldn't do anything at the moment unless everything started flipping back to the long side. Looks like a bear flag. Anticipate lower unless we start seeing more shorts covering and we get a blast higher. Qs are still up $7.42. So we're giving back some of the gains. Tesla dropping off here pretty quick. 185 continues to be the largest, one of the largest areas that we need to pay attention to. That got price action rejected in that area. Still a bear flag on the SPY and the Qs. All right, bear flag, but looks like we could push here. Watch the markets. Still looks like a bear flag, but if we get some more short covering, we could easily jump back up. Turning here, turning. All right, nice turn here. Nice little turn here. Okay, nice return trip now. Maybe the 315. SPY. Maybe the S&P. Maybe S&P instead. 4165. Here we go. Back in the other direction. Okay, nice little follow through here. All right, so here we go. All right, nice reversal coming off the lows, blasting back up. SPY, S&P, big cap calls perhaps on this reversal. We're already 7 points into this move. 41.45 back to 41.42, 52. And it looks like we're going to continue here. Reversal on Tesla, SPX is on a buy signal, 5-minute buy signal on the S&P 500. Need to see more 15. The 30's not green signal yet. 15 and 60 are. Can we follow through? SPX. SPX. Nice reversal. Bouncing above VWAP. A little bit noisier on the 2-minute chart. Nice follow through so far. S&P. The 5-minute and 15-minute are both on buy signals. Looking for the 30. Not yet. Not yet. Trying. NVIDIA did drop a bit more. And now it's on a buy signal again at 382.32. AMD bounce on a buy signal last 10 minutes. AMD. The New York FANG stocks are on a buy signal, so that's a good sign. Meta on a buy signal at the lows here. Meta, I did miss an entry on Meta before because it was trading 105. It's still 105% of its ATR, so I'll skip Meta. S&P continuation there. S&P still going. Okay, S&P is still going here. Wow, big move on the S&P. Nice. All right, S&P. All right, the 15 getting into the act. Looks good. One more time, S&P to the upside. All right, looking good. All right, another push higher. All right, so we're still on a buy signal, 5-minute, 15-minute on the S&P 500. The Q's had a nice reversal as well. So does the SPY. Nice move here. Okay. All right, got about 90% on that turn. S&P 500, 41.45, plus 10 handles. Plus 10 handles. Okay, let's see if we can follow through here. Need a higher low. Not a lower high. I need a higher low and a higher high. Shooting star on the 5-minute. Let's go. Let's go uptown. S&P, let's go uptown. Looking good. Okay, lower high for now. Looks like we got a little pivot here at 41.55. VIX is starting to bounce. Looking for a higher low on the S&P. Get any kind of follow through here. Tesla with a higher low. Printing, trying to get back above VWAP. Pretty interesting market today. You know, we had these little dips that took about an hour. It's 3:15 already. Well, I can't believe it. 3:15. Looking for a higher low to print here and a higher high. Come on, let's give it a higher high. Those calls, if you took, should be, if we get another higher high right here towards 4160, 4159, should give you about 100% on those calls. If we can get a follow through right now. Don't want too much time to go by. Either the big cap S&P 500 calls or the spiders. I really like the way these big cap S&P 500 calls trade the 0 days. They really work well. You catch a reversal and a buy signal at a low like we just had at around 245. These things appreciate in value very quickly. I like it. Very interesting what dealers have to do around these positions. I guess they have to have computers doing all this stuff. There's no way you could do this any other way. All right, so either we're going to make a higher low or take out this low and head towards 4150. I'm looking for a move towards 4155, 4156. Markets are up just shy of 1%. Spiders look good here. Mm-hmm. Not a lot of blocks today. Oh, I forgot. I rebooted once, so there's probably twice as many. All right, we've got about 40 minutes left to go for the closing bell. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Thursday the 25th, giving you the play-by-play today after NVIDIA earnings. Chips did very well. In most cases, I took profits early. Many of you did that. As many of these chip stocks were up 100% of their ATR very quickly. Here we go. A higher low printing on S&P. Look for a push higher. You could try the S&P big cap here. Calls. The 4165 is 75 cents offer. Let me see. I'm going to take a screenshot of this and see how fast this does. This works. 1521. 1521. 1521 p.m. All right, can we make a higher high here? Punch through this level, 4155, 4156. Let me see what Banter is saying. Banter, you probably took the day off, huh? Okay, Costco with earnings out tonight. I'm not going to play Costco. I mean, it could move big. Netflix still fading, so that got us stopped out very quickly. That's why I use a 50-cent stop. If it works against you, you're going to know very soon after you take a position. That was a failed breakout on Netflix. We got a buy signal. We tried to break above 366. Didn't do it. Reversed. 50-cent stop. Everything else is working, though. Watch the S&P here. Come on, S&P. Let's go. Very strong day. What's NVIDIA doing? NVIDIA will tell me a lot. NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA is bouncing. Big bounce off of VWAP. NVIDIA back to 385. NVIDIA closes anywhere near the highs. That would be nice. I don't see that happening. Not enough time. The high was up there at 394 and change, 395. No follow through yet. Micron still going. Micron, nice follow through on Micron. It is trading too beefy as far as its ATR is concerned, so I don't want to chase it. Tomorrow, I'll take another look at Micron for potential follow through. AMD hanging out right at 120, just below 120 AMD. I'd like to see it close above 120 to start looking for higher levels on AMD. And when we get some updates, we'll see how many calls traded, hopefully at higher strikes on AMD. Watching for a higher low here on the S&P and a higher high thereafter. We're bouncing right at the 9 EMA. 9 EMA is support. We're looking for a pop above 41, 56, 50, 41, 57. Still on a buy signal for the last 25 minutes. S&P still on a buy. 25 minutes into the making of this buy signal. Already 80% on those calls. S&P big caps. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Nice. Let's go. LATSGO. Here we go. S&P starting to go. Maybe a retest of the highs. NVIDIA looks like a higher low. Looks like it wants to go off of VWAP. FANG. Here goes S&P. FANG. All the FANG stocks look okay. Here we go. High tick alert. There we go. Okay, so that is a fast 100%. Oh my goodness, that was a fast 100%. 7 minutes, 100% on the S&P. I love these. I love these 0 days. 0 days. They're 1528. Yeah.
Extreme high tick alert.
Austin closing balance 1.1 billion to the sell side.
All right, so those 0 days at 41.65 was a quick 100% in 7 minutes or less. Damn, those things are fast. All right, so nice.
High tick alert plus 800.
And it's still going. S&P is still going here. Okay, so still got them. Those are up 150% now. Oh, shit. I love it. 1532. They were $2. Let's see if they go another 175 plus a buck. Wow, that was nice. All right, come on, one more shot to the highs. Shot to the highs, and you're to blame. You give SPY, S&P, a bad name. Wow, 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 wow. All right, it's been a good day. Whenever I start singing, it's usually it's usually a good day. Um, I don't know. It was really good. NVIDIA just set everything up for reference. NVIDIA is pulling back the VWAP, by the way. The deal with NVIDIA is you really need to wait for another 5 or 6 days. There's no hurry. What I'm looking for in NVIDIA is 400, 500. Keep in mind that when we first started the trading room on March the 14th, 2016, our first watch list, NVIDIA was on the watch list at $33.55. Now, that was before they got into the cloud and all the other stuff that they're into now, AI. Before, it was just gaming processors. Remember back in 2016, NVIDIA was all about the GeForce or whatever it was. And then we just continue to get more and more market share in different businesses. Now NVIDIA is just a beast. It's been a beast forever. So congratulations. We got a few minutes left to go. 24 to go. 24 minutes to go. One more shot to the highs here. Okay, one more shot here. Let's see if we can't get $2 out of these 0-day options. One more shot towards the highs of the day. I imagine a lot of people are not expecting that the markets will just keep doing this. Man, how quickly these I'm watching these 0-day, how fast they accumulate. The more delta you have, like you have 40 delta, these things can blast higher very quickly. Wow. I know, Frano, you trade these a lot. I know Mikey trades them a lot. S&PX, SPXW. I also like not being assigned versus SPY. I like that. That's a nice attribute. Okay, we've got 42 minutes, 22 minutes left to go. 42. 22 minutes left to go. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Come on, SPY, S&P. Let's go one more time. one more time. Wow, what a day. You only get a couple of these a year. NVIDIA, that's got, if we close a little bit higher, that's going to beat out, what was it, Google? For the largest one-day move? Oh, good job, Novissimo.
This stream is sponsored by To The Tick. Get free daily pivot points, Fibonacci, and market profile levels by signing up at tothetick.com.
No follows her yet? Come on, one more shot to the highs. One more shot to the highs. The other thing is when they start to back off, they back off very fast too. So there's that as well. These 0-day options, I'm just watching the S&P. I'm kind of getting a feel for how they trade. I've traded them before, but I just didn't pay much attention to the increase and decrease in price so quickly. All right, one more shot to the highs. Let's go. LATSGO. All right, here we go. Here we go. Now they just jumped from 75 cents to $1.10, $1.25 in a minute. I can imagine the dealers were very busy on NVIDIA today. Shorts covering was 28 million shares short, I believe. Susie shared with us. Confirmed that 28 million shares were short. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Run this sucker higher. Let's go. 4160, 4165 would be next. I'd like to see that pretty quick. All right, so it's the 25th. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. We've got 17 minutes to go for the closing bell. Wrapping up some final positions, trying to reduce risk into Friday, the long weekend, Memorial Day. I don't know that we're going to get any kind of news on the debt ceiling with Congress taking the long weekend. They will be on a 24-hour notice. If there is some sort of deal, they'll have to come back. Don't see that happening. June 1st is the first X date that I'm aware of. I don't think Janet Yellen's updated Congress on the actual dates where there would be a technical default on payments. I don't see us doing that, but with everybody thinking it won't happen, it could. You know how that works. Anyway, I'm looking for a follow-through in all of the chips tomorrow. So we could see a very nice move in the chips tomorrow. I'm anticipating that will be the case, a follow-through day. PANW, what are you doing? PANW's up a buck. All right, we'll keep stalling right here at 4160. 4160, 4170. That's areas where we anticipated supply today. 4165. All right, pushing a bit higher now. Okay, so these 0 days towards 230, it's pretty well known that dealers start closing 0-day positions. Right at 230, we got a bounce on the S&P 500. The 0 days went from like 50 cents to $2. It hit $2 at one point. I noticed them at 75 cents. They went from 75 to $1.50, 100% within 7-8 minutes. Okay, I don't know that we're going to follow through here. So these are pretty interesting to trade for quick profits. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Come on, let's go. Let's go to 2. Let's go to 2. All right, so this is fast here. All right, there we go. NVIDIA drifted a bit lower, so no follow through on NVIDIA. I'm sure the bears are like yucking it up, even though NVIDIA was up, 90 points or whatever it was at one point today. It gave back, even if it gave back half of it, if you took profits at the open. I'm looking for 6 to 7 days of consolidation. The old Lee Star Rick strategy. Look for day 7, day 8, day 9, around there for a push. We could stand the wait on NVIDIA. I think NVIDIA is going to be a $500 stock. Think being the operative word. I mean, with earnings coming in because of the move higher and earnings PE ratios coming in, more affordable. Yeah, that's pretty cool. All right. Let's see if we can get one more pop in the S&P. The last few minutes. We've got 13 minutes left to go. Okay, we're pulling back. Okay. All right, so we got 12 minutes left to go. 12 minutes left to go. Close up some positions. Looking for a follow-through day in the chips tomorrow. Hopefully we get some follow-through. All right, S&P pulling back. They went from $1.25 to 30 cents within one bar. That's amazing. Well, we're near the close, so that's why. Pretty cool, though. Pretty cool. I love these 0 days, especially the big cap. Yep. Yes, sir.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Yeah, Frano, you pretty much trade S&PX, SPXW 0 days mostly, right? Versus SPY. Honestly, I mean, there are reasons to trade SPY, I guess, or Qs. I mean, they all have their reason. I mean, all have a strategy attached to them. Am I still on Palantir? I'm sorry. I didn't realize I'm sitting here on Palantir the whole time I've been talking up S&P. Can we run here with 8, 9 minutes to go? That'd be kind of cool. Let's see what we got here. 30 cents on those options. It'd be kind of cool to see this rip. It's too little time. It's 9 minutes left. 9 minutes left. I like the 230 reversal. We all know, you should know that dealers right around 230 start to close their open positions, 0-day options particular, because traders will start to take profits around 230. And the dealers can close positions. That happens around 2 to 230. I know Mikey's posted it a few times. I've posted it a few times. So if you catch that and you happen to get a tailwind, I saw those options jump from 50 cents to $2 in a time span between 235 and 330. That was pretty fast. Pretty fast. You got to buy the dips. Buy the dips and then sell the rips. So I want to be trading those more often. More often there. Okay, so congratulations, especially if you like Susie. Congratulations. Susie and I both had dead options on NVIDIA, and we got that holy shit move. Sorry for all the curses today. I'm just feeling like cursing today. We got that holy crap move. I'm still stunned. The move. I mean, some of those calls were anywhere from, depending on your entry and where you were positioned, anywhere from $5,000 to $7,500 per contract. I had 5 that were basically dead, and you can do the math. You know, excuse me. They averaged around 6,300 per contract. Pure luck. I'm the first to tell you that doesn't happen every day. NVIDIA was something we probably won't see for the rest of the year. The last time it happened was, I think, Google with like a 30% move in one day. What's NVIDIA up right now? NVIDIA on the day. But it was good to see because those options were dead. Yeah, you like it until you roll a 7, right? All right, so S&P is pulling back. All right, so that's done. That's done. Okay, what else is up today? Google, a little bounce there. Google looking for a bounce tomorrow. Okay, options that I have tomorrow. Expiration. Palo Alto Networks. I have options that expire tomorrow. It's up over 208. I'll take those off for a small profit. They were up a little bit more. I'm going to take them off though. They could pop up tomorrow. They could also die. And I don't. Today is one of those days where it feels good to take most of them off that are making a profit, even if they're small. NVIDIA was a large one. Took off some AMD this morning. Took off some Micron. Some ServiceNow. Some of you had Microsoft. Yeah, all of that was good. Snowflake is at 147.92. Looking for Snowflake to follow through maybe in the next 6 to 7 trading days. Visa. What a day. What a day. Congratulations. Truly a momentous day for NVIDIA and the chips. Looking for a follow through tomorrow. The dollar closing near the highs. Let me see what the dollar's doing. Dollar just off the highs. The 10-year yields at the highs that we haven't seen in a while, 3.82%. Getting close to 4%. 50% odds that the Fed will raise rates in June, a quarter point. Okay, there goes UUP. All right. All right, so let's look at DXY. DXY, the dollar. Let's look at the daily. This is the 4-hour over here. So you can see pretty clearly the dollar has been on the move since the 8th, 9th, 10th of May. Change in trend. Pretty clear. The dollar double bottom bounce. Looking for a follow through. I'm thinking that we're going to hit the top of this range right there around 105 and stall and come back into the range. And it would be great to have that all timed around the whole debt ceiling thing. Have the dollar move lower. Now, let's say this. Let's say the debt ceiling takes longer than June 1st. I could definitely see the dollar pushing through 107, 108 as traders position for safety. Okay, if you want to trade that, if you want to trade DXY, you could trade Forex, I guess, if you want, but you could also trade UUP. That's the Deutsche Bank bullish ETF. I mentioned this one several weeks ago. I think some of you took it. It's on a tear. Now, when this moves higher, you can expect to see gold and silver move lower. It takes fewer dollars to buy the same amount of gold. It takes fewer dollars to trade or to buy the same amount of silver. As the dollar moves higher, commodities will move lower. Okay, they usually move in opposite directions. CRB index? No. Okay. Nice little bounce. How much time we got? 2 minutes left to go for the closing bell. No trades, hands off. Unless you're swinging. Tonight we got Costco. What's Costco look like? I said I don't want to take a straddle or a strangle. What are they priced at? Let me see what a strangle is going for. $15. No thanks. There's only $2 between those, so I can see why that would be expensive. Costco with 2 minutes, 1 minute left to go. I'm not going to get a trade on. I just want to do a little analysis here of Costco. Okay, Costco's trading in the middle of the range. Could see a high, could see a low. what I talked about with Home Depot and Target. Costco's doing the same thing. Well, Target's going back to the lows. Actually, Target's setting up for a good long. Um, Probably a hammer here on Target. Hammer. Um, okay, too late for Target. I was looking at Target, thinking maybe I can wait until tomorrow. But this is a double bottom that should work pretty well. Triple bottom, quadruple bottom. So long as Target stays above this level and starts to show signs of a bounce. I don't like trading ranges, as I've talked about. Costco, that's definitely a range. This could go in either direction, so I don't like trading ranges. I like trading trends like Meta. This is pretty clear where stop should be. Stop should be underneath the 9 EMA now. Okay, got a nice follow through day. I came into the noon hour, afternoon. I thought I had a position in Meta. It took off to the upside. I thought I had a winning trade. Then I realized that I'd already sold. I have to go back and look at my records here to see what the deal was, but it's been a good day. Been a good day. I am not going to complain that I missed Meta. It actually closed pretty close to VWAP, but we had this nice move higher off the low. This is where Cayman was looking at it over here. Ran up from 249 up to 255. All right, so a nice $6 move. That would have been nice. All right, folks, look, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Have a great evening. We'll see you in the AM. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is the closing bell. Take care. See you in the morning.